Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. Happy Halloween. Night, this Sunday, on October 31st. Exactly, Weird Plush. We're doing stories tonight. Nothing but spooky stories. And some funny ones. But we're going to be here all night until midnight. So there are going to be some breaks so you can get some snacks. And of course, after every story, I will be reading chat out. But I think we should just get started now. I've got quite a selection of stories to go through. And I've got them on my handy dandy iPad. So, let us get started. I've been trying to leave my bathroom for the past 30 minutes. I can't leave my bathroom. About 30 minutes ago, I got out of the shower, dried off, put on my PJs, opened the door, and walked out, only to find myself back in my bathroom, staring at the closed door. I stopped and tried to rationalize what had just happened to me, convinced myself that I simply imagined that I had opened the door and stepped out. So I tried again. I pushed the door handle, opened it, stepped out, and yet again I found myself in my bathroom, standing in front of a closed door. This has happened every single time I tried to leave. I keep my phone in the bathroom with me when I'm showering. I live alone, so I keep it with me just in case, for safety. The first thing I did was call my parents. My dad didn't pick up, but my mom did. I tried to explain the situation to her, but she couldn't seem to understand how I was trapped in my bathroom, if the door could open. She seemed convinced that I must mean that my bathroom door's lock was broken and I was trapped inside. Regardless, she said that she would be over ASAP. She only lives a 15-minute drive away, so she should be here in any moment. I'm sat leaning against my bathtub, looking out the open bathroom door into my landing. I opened it this time, but I didn't try to step out. Everything looks normal. My bedroom door is closed, just as I left it. The airing cupboard door closed as well. The stairs leading down to the hallway and the front door are all normal. The door's shut. I don't have any recollection how it's shut, when it's shut, only that it must have happened in the last few seconds after I wrote the last paragraph. I've just reread and reread that paragraph. It's proof that I'm not going crazy and imagining this. My mom just texted me to ask if I'm in the house. I said yes, of course I am. I'm trapped in the bathroom. That's the whole reason that I'm called you here. This is what she sent. Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Me, what do you mean? Are you even in there? Yes, I am in here. Are you here? I'm outside the bathroom. I've been calling your name. I don't understand. I can't hear anything through the door, and I'm going to open it. I can see my landing, my stairs, my front door, but no Mom. I tried to walk out, but it was fruitless. Back at staring at the closed bathroom door. My mom tried the handle on the door on her side, but it won't open. She brought tools to unscrew the lock. She says she's doing that right now, but I can't hear anything, and I can't see the handle moving. Okay, Mom texted me back, say the lock was taken out, but the door still won't open on her side. She looked through the circular hole in the door, where the lock was, but just saw my bathroom, empty. There is no hole on my side of the door. The handle and lock are intact. I have no idea what's happening or how I can get out. After much convincing my mom that I am in fact in here, she said she is calling somebody to possibly knock the door down. I'm worried that once they do that, They will find an empty bathroom, and yet will still be here, trapped in my bathroom. There's no plug sockets in here. Never mind the phone charger, my phone will die at some point. I'm already at 24%. When it runs out, I might lose my only point of contact to the rest of the world. I don't know what to do. Mom's left now to get help. I'm sat wondering what I can do. I tried to break the door down myself. I knew it wouldn't work, but I had to try. I remember reading once on a website that you shouldn't use your shoulder. You should try to kick the door by the lock, its weak point. It didn't work. I'm not sure any part of this door has a weak point now. Window is small, and I'm not sure if I'd actually be able to fit out of it. Scratch that, the window won't open either. There are locks on the windows in my house. You can lock them with a little key, but I never received any when I moved in, so I've never been able to lock them. It's locked now, though. It's got one of those, got one of those white plastic cheap blinds covering it. I ended up ripping it down. It's pulled some plaster down with it, but now I can get through the window, or get out the window better. It's straight above the toilet, so I'm kneeling on top of the toilet lid, yanking the window handle. It opened. I didn't notice how dark it was outside. It shouldn't be dark, it's midday. I looked around desperately, trying to see anyone. No one's around. Everything looks kind of muted. I can't describe it, nor can I describe the deep-seated feeling of dread and wrongness as I look out into my neighborhood. My instincts are telling me not to, but I stick my head out to look down to where I could possibly drop to. My window's closed. I never felt myself move, but my window's closed. Even the plastic blinds are back in their place. I'm sat on the floor now, as far away from the window as I can get. I feel sick. Mom came back, along with her work friend. He helped her unscrew the hinges and remove the door. I'm not in there. They can't see me. My mom sent a photo of her inside my bathroom, with no me. She thinks this has all been a joke, and is refusing to reply to my texts or answer my calls. I'm on 14% battery. I don't know if I ever get to leave. This might be my only chance to say goodbye to my mom, but she won't answer her phone. Edit. I ripped down the shower curtain. I'm staring at it right now, hung up, hanging over the side of my bath. I looked out the window again. I think I heard a rumbling. Low, quiet rumbling. I haven't opened the window since. My phone is at 1%. If I get out, I will update this post. Knowing it comes, assume I'm still here. Alright. That was our first story. Not the super strong start, but something. Now then, let's see if I can queue up another. If my bookmarks work. How's your Halloween going, Plush? Good to see you around. Get a sippy of my water. Make sure my voice doesn't get absolutely shredded this time around. I'm drinking water with a bit of an additive to it. Hopefully it's supposed to hydrate me better and keep my throat lubricated, but we'll see. Alrighty. None of these look particularly. Let's do a comedy one. Never buy Apple products, I swear. Alright, this should be... What the fuck is it? Once more. Maybe some further clarification. Sorry for the technical difficulty, kids. And it's completely blurred out. And fucking... There we go. Alright. Ghost Puncher. Don't know if this goes on X or Fit. Webs, here's the story. It's fucking long, but bear with me. Friend in the story tells us about a place to get palm readings. Lifting buddy and I go get palms read. Show up to this shady ass place at 10 in the morning wearing our workout gear. Ghost bitch is already admiring. Stereotypical scraggy gypsy woman shakes our hands and seats us at a table with a crystal ball. She asks us who wants to go first. Hispanic heritage kicks in, and I nope at the last minute. Friend Chad's up to the plate. Woman grabs his hand. He flexes slightly. Woman goes from smiling to horrified. Starts grabbing and studying his hand like at last will. Feeling weird, man. Tells me friend he's got something following him. Ask him if he did any Ouija voodoo bullshit. Says he smashed a hole in the wall when he was drunk lifting at home. Says there was some type of decorative skull behind it that he now uses as a decoration in his bedroom. Gypsy lets us leave without paying. At the gym 30 minutes later, spotting friend... Spotting gypsy friend, or spotting friend while he benches. Some newbie dumbass is curling next to us. Like no joke, 6 inches away from us. Dude slips up and swings a 20 he's holding at my friend's head. Throws the bar up and ducks just in time. Almost impale myself trying to catch the bar. Newbie apologizing while a friend gets back up, and I'm shitting myself still. Tell friend he should go home. Friend looks unfazed and wants to continue. Leave to Abuela's sister's house to get some sage and silver. Go back to the gym and give it to a friend. Next day, friend looks happier than normal. Tells me some shit went down at his house. Says the power was dead even though his bills were paid and the rest of the neighborhood had power. Heard rattling of silverware. Uses flashlight app to see. Saw a silhouette of someone crawl under his kitchen counter. Nothing under the counter, not even shelves. Friend doesn't believe in Ouija shit and believes it's an intruder or an animal. Friend grabs a pull-up bar and gets ready for sweet fit justice. Yelps obscenities while patrolling the house. Says he sees what looks like a small humanoid crouched in his weight room. Gives 0 fucks and tosses the pull-up bar at the window. Shatters like lakelet kneecap squatting. Thing nowhere in sight. Friend then starts to consider Ouija shit. Calls other friend for advice. Our lifting group had some odd characters. Johnny answers and tells him to burn the sage and carry the silver. Says he'll be by with some holy water. Drops it off. I'll call my grandmother tomorrow to help. She's one of the medium people. Friend sits down on his couch while the house smells like old... Friend sits down on his couch while the house smells like old. Watches American Dad. Looks at the sage. Dried up and out. Goes to his pocket for the silver. Fucking melted. Instead of warm, it was cold. Starts to see something dart back and forth across the room. TV goes off and static comes on. Says high-pitched screaming fills the house. Friend gets mildly annoyed. Walks over to the weight room and smashes a skull against the wall in one fluid motion. Like, imagine walking into a room, tipping over a vase, and then going back to doing whatever you're doing. He did that except threw the skull against the wall. Says house shook, screaming got higher, and then stopped. Lights go on and off. Or, lights go off again. Hears numerous footsteps getting closer to him. Tells me he's mildly freaked out at this point. I'm very concerned that he said mildly. Says he doused himself in the holy water and started swinging as hard as he could into the darkness. Only hears the wind breaking on his fists. Says he hears the footsteps getting farther away from him. Screams, "Nuh-uh!" Starts running around his house and swinging into the darkness. Fucks up his living room in the process. Tells me he swears he made contact with something fleshy a few times. Doesn't remember falling asleep. Wakes up and goes to the gym, tell me this the next day. Friend goes outside to make frequent calls throughout his routines. Ask him if he's trying to get in touch with a priest. Tells me he's been calling his home phone and leaving angry voice messages for the ghosts. He's misspelled that pretty hard. Says he would buy a snake just to flatten it out with a rolling pin until it dies. Friend goes home again. Fast forward a few days. Looks completely normal. Asks Johnny if lifting buddy was alright. Tells me it's disturbing how well he's handling the situation. Says he went to lifting buddy's house to check up on the sitch. Feels the presence but it feels scared. Lifting buddy walks out of his bathroom naked, wiping his ass with an Ouija board towel. Throws it on the floor and kicks it into the living room. Pours holy water on it and then takes it outside to burn. Asks friend if he's hungry. Sure. Says he pulls out an open Ouija board he bought at Spencer's and uses it as a fucking cutting board. Says he repeatedly stabbed the cutting knife into the board when he was not using it. Breaks the board in half after he's done chopping up tomatoes and throws it in the trash. Washes his hand and pisses it in the trash can. Even I think this is disrespecting the spirits too much. They both eat grilled chicken salad and Johnny leaves. Says on the way out, lifting buddy goes into the lifting room and puts another crucifix on the wall. I'm putting Jesus on the wall, I'm putting Jesus on this wall and I'll be back to fucking masturbating on my bench. Okay. Let me redo that line. I'm putting Jesus on this wall and I'll be back to fucking masturbate on my bench press while thinking about Lucifer's poor daughter. Punches a hole in the wall while leaving. Johnny calls his abuela that night. Abuela goes to lifting buddy's house with a priest the next day. Says her abuela and priest were also amazed and disturbed by how lifting buddy is fighting the situation. Priest actually cowered and admired the lifting buddy pissing naked on satanic Bible he bought at some shady bookstore. Tells priest that he walks around naked a lot lately and talks shit about Satan. Priest leaves before cleansing. Abuela stays to do her medium thing. Tries to get in contact with spirits. Says it was a group of entities. that were very pissed that their shrine was disturbed. Tells her that they have no power since Lifting Buddy isn't remotely scared of anything they've done. Lifting Buddy walks back into the weight room with a dead snake. Abuela says the entities scatter like roaches. Check out what I found on the street this morning. Takes a bite of an apple. The fucking dead snake. Throws the snake on the floor. Puts holy water and salt on it. Kicks it into the carpet a few times before peeling it off and throwing it into the trash at the kitchen. Abuela is what the fucking at this man's mental strength or ignorance. Tries to contact spirits again. They keep running from her. Finally talks to one. Says they are scared of Lifting Buddy. Ghosts are scared of my bulky friend. Abuela asks what could make them pass on. Says they did black magic to get revenge on some asshole landlord from way back when. Says they had incriminating shit to shame his family within the wall with the skull. Abuela tells Lifting Buddy what he needs to do. Lifting Buddy goes into the weight room. Makes the hole in the wall bigger by throwing a 15 through the wall. Finds a folder with records of some sort. I'm not lying about this, I swear, and especially the next part. Lifting Buddy flips through the papers and wipes his balls with it. Abuela is horrified. Crumples them up and throws them in the corner of the room. Tells spirits to piss off, then punches another hole in the wall. A total of 13 holes at this point. Abuela says, may God have mercy in Spanish, then leaves. Goes back to Lifting Buddy's house a month later. He immediately goes to her weight room. More holes than wall, destroyed as fuck, but like a halo descending from the heavens, the bench press and squatting rack are still there. Tries to contact spirits. Nothing. Smiles and asks my friend if he did what needed to be done. Again, not lying about this. Tells Abuela he uncrumpled the papers and got the address of this bastard. Papers were only from 60 years ago, so the guy was still alive, just as dust. Finds the address of the guy in some sort of mansion. Knocks on the door wearing a Get Swole, You Must Star Wars Yoda joke, or Yoda tank top, board shorts, pink sunglasses, and a backwards Chicago Bulls snapback. Johnny said Lifting Buddy went into a lot of detail about his wardrobe for this. Some scrawny white guy in his mid-30s opens the door. Lifting Buddy holds out the papers and asks for the person's name. Hey Dad, someone's here to see you. He has documents. Lifting Buddy lets himself in and finds Old Man in his study. Who are you? Notice the papers. Oh, where'd you get that? Old Man tries to grab the papers. Lifting Buddy punches the old man in the face. Dentures fly out. Says it was like some shit out of a movie. Crouches it in his face and sets the old man straight, Sherlock Holmes style. Guy's son runs in and jumps on Lifting Buddy's back. Lifting Buddy stops mid-sentence, lets the guy down, then gut punches him until he hobbles out of the room and pukes in the hallway. Tells the old man to set shit right or he will be back for blood. Leaves. Fast forward a couple of days. Various cards outside Lifting Buddy's house. Thinks the old man brought some friends and grabs his pull-up bar. Walks outside in his tank top and house shorts. Various families are thanking him for giving him home-cooked meals. Thank him for getting their grandparents' properties back. The documents were apparently deeds swindled out by the old man. Families say the whole "we'll never forget you" spiel and leave. Friend looks into the Tupperware. Nothing but calories and carbs, cookies, briskets, gumbo. Throws it all away and goes back to lifting in his right room. The old man's name and news a few days later. Apparently he was hated by the community for being a dick. Somehow only heard about him now. News doesn't disclose how he died. Don't know if it was from Lifting Buddy doing damage or more damage than he thought. The ghosts got their revenge or natural causes. Hasn't had any paranormal problems since except one. Says he went back to the kitchen for a late night non-cheating snack. Saw full body apparitions. They smiled at him. Says he grabbed an apple, head nodded, and taking a bite, he walked away to his bedroom. He stops halfway and turns around. Holy fuck, you guys are real? Spirits fade away smiling. Lifting Buddy goes to sleep. Lifting Buddy still lifts. Doesn't name shit like he always does. No fucks with him since the Ghost Puncher incident. Abuela admires every time he's around him. And I think the priest told his priest buddies at church because everyone admires and cowers in grace twice as hard when they are around him. Again, none of this was made up. No walk the dinosaur 10 shit. My friend legitimately beat up a bunch of ghosts. Alrighty. That was something a little more lighthearted. That's better. But yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying the story so far. You got quite a few hours of this to go through. Ooh boy. Now, let's keep going. Find... generic. In summary, local man too angry to be spooked. Pretty much. You never mess with a lifting dude. Also, I fucking swear Apple products are shit. Half tempted to do this just for my monitors, but I want to be able to look straight forward and be able to read chat. Apple. We were going to load a web page, but we're not going to load it fully. But yeah, make sure you stay hydrated, kids. It's going to be a long night. 5 hours of scary stories. We're going to midnight, baby. Now then, let's see. Another thing I hate about Apple products. No fucking ad block. Let's do something called Cheesy's World. Had this saved to the list. Oh, it's gonna get red. Seriously, what is with all these ads? Fucking kid. It's literally loading nothing because there's so many ads. Fuck happened to this site? 1 year, it's already gone downhill. Thanks, Reddit. No matter. They've got alternatives. Right. Let's see. Pardon the technical difficulties. Fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Alright, let's see if we can actually read this now. Still busted. Oh, cool. Copyright statement. That's all I fucking see. Still loading? Fucking scripts did they shove into the creepypasta website? Fucking really? Alright, fuck this. We're gonna have to go in through the old internet browser on the fucking screen. God damn it. Alright. As you know, Apple products are shit. Alright. Cheesy's World, Part 1. Weeks went by, absolutely nothing. We tried to keep in contact with the park... What? I thought I was reading Part 1. What? This site really fucking went downhill. Alright, let me pop out chat. Also, I hope you're enjoying the music. Turns out, Heidelberg's OST does not exist anywhere at all. Which is astounding. It's a good soundtrack. That's what we're listening to right now. At least one track. The one that played during the end credits. But yeah. Let me pop out for some reason. There it is. Excellent. Alrighty. Cheesy's World, where kids' happiness is guaranteed. Right. Cheesy's World, where kids' happiness is guaranteed. Well, that's how the slogan went back when I was a teenager anyways. I know that you're thinking, Cheesy's World, what a rip... Cheesy's World? Isn't that a rip-off of... And you would be right, if it reminded you of several places. If you had ever had the displeasure of visiting while it was still running, you'd see the park was largely inspired by multiple mainstream amusement parks and arcades. Were the owners of the place teetering precariously on a razor-thin line that would undoubtedly lead to a mountain of lawsuits? Of course. But when you're young, you don't think about those things, especially when those mainstream places aren't anywhere near you, and nobody has the money or the time to take you there. In our sleepy small town, separated by miles of forest from our sister cities, not much went on. Our best bet at entertainment was to go on a hike or visit one of the mall or movie. Excuse me. Our best bet at entertainment was to go on a hike or visit the one mall and movie theater we had. Fucking formatting. Come on, dude. The park, however, was situated in the middle of multiple sparsely populated counties. It was almost like a hub of entertainment for us. Tony's, how the fuck far are you walking? Even though individually none of the surrounding regions could get many people in one place, people showed up at the park. As a result, the place was always packed. Whatever issues there were with Cheesy's at the end of the day, it was ours. That said, my brother Amari and I practically bounced off the walls. I gotta add some words to this. Poorly formatted. That said, my brother Amari and I practically bounced off the walls the night our parents presented us with tickets to Cheesy's World for Amari's 7th birthday. I was excited to relive the rides, and he couldn't wait to meet his favorite characters. This is not a mainstream thing. How are there mainstream characters? Excuse me for breaking things down. I know that's unhealthy to horror environments, and I hope you guys have got your lights dimmed to a suitable level or off completely. Just sitting back and enjoying. But alright, let's get to it. For context, the amusement park's theme was centered around Cheesy and his band of friends. Cheesy, the pizza-loving, adventurous, upbeat mouse, was the face of the main cast, and he was always accompanied by his 3 best friends, Ronald the rabbit, Daisy the dog, and Nina the duck. Had a fucking alliteration. Okay. That's like Harry, Larry, and Clyde. You know, the Pac-Man ghost. Anyways, let's keep going. Again, clear rip-offs of other well-known characters. I get it. And as a 17-year-old boy at the time, these parallels weren't lost to me. But they were the closest I'd ever get to the real thing, so I honestly didn't care. Cheesy's World! Cheesy's World! Amari screeched, barreling towards my dad for a hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Don't mention it, my dad said with a wide smile. You boys have been keeping up with homework, staying out of trouble, and keeping your rooms clean. I think of it as a little reward. He winked and walked upstairs. He fucking winked. Leaving us to our own emotions. Advertisements. Formatting. What the fuck is with this website anymore? Okay. Unable to contain himself, Amari took off towards his room and started playing some of Cheesy's classic songs he found online. Again, I thought this wasn't mainstream. How is he finding this shit online? Whatever. Usually the loud singing would have annoyed me, but seeing him happy put me in a good mood. I felt the immediate need to video chat my best friend, Flo and Mark, and rub my soon-to-be amazing trip in their faces. Wow, that's awesome. I always wanted to go to Cheesy's when I was a kid, Flo gushed. My dad never took us. Mark cut in with an exasperated sigh. You're seriously getting excited over going to a kid's amusement park? Brandon, you're 17. You should be getting excited over getting drunk at some girl's house, not meeting old guys in smelly costumes. Bo took offense to the statement. Well, maybe he can enjoy things that don't get him kicked out of into the street with no way home at 3 in the morning. Mark laughed. Oh yeah, I didn't have my car back then. Thanks for taking me home, Chloe. Okay, I really don't... Whatever. This was supposedly top rated for a reason. No problem, Mark. Someone has to be the hero, right? Point is, I think it's great that Brandon gets to do something fun. And it's not like he has to hang out with the characters all day. They could do some pretty amazing rides from what I heard. I nodded. Hell yeah, I said, talking about going to a children's amusement park. That's clearly a knockoff of everything. Rides are surprisingly cheap amusement park snacks. What? Whatever. Rides. Let me fix this. Rides, surprisingly cheap amusement park snacks, the world-renowned pizza, and an arcade I'm going to definitely clean out. It's going to be great. It's going to be a great day. That's how you fucking format a fucking paragraph. Just don't forget that it's your brother's weekend, Chloe said. I know you want to have fun, but you should, but please try your best to make sure that he comes first, even if he wants to do all the boring kid stuff. Mark couldn't refrain from taking another shot at the park. It's so boring kid stuff, Chloe. Trust me, when I worked there over the summer, it wasn't as happy and fun as they lead you to believe. Working the rides especially sucked. Definitely not worth the half-hour drive. I rolled my eyes. It's boring kid stuff I'll enjoy, Mark. I'll make sure to bring you back a light sword, though. Man. Light sword? I'm sorry. Anyways, it's getting late and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Let's do something cool after class. Chloe and Mark agreed, and that was that. I ended the call and went to bed. The next day at lunch, I sat alone at the outside tables picking at some questionable mac and cheese when I heard my name being shouted across the quad, being the only... Okay. Cutting it here. There's a reason why modern creepypasta is absolute garbage. And it's been what we've been listening to this entire time. It meanders. It's trying to build up too much in this world. It's slow, it's plotting, and it's using details that distract from the plot proper. Like, we could have just cut to the amusement park instead of going through a video call? Whatever. We're dropping this one. Because it is awful. I'm sorry I put you guys through that. Because apparently this is one of the top ones. Let's see. Bend round. Let's try this one. The Last Pine Burner. Reading time? 20 minutes. Oh, very nice. About 8 years ago, my great-grandfather, Everett, passed away. Initially, you might say he doesn't seem like something worth writing a bit down, but you see, he was 126 years old. Guinness World Records had published him for the last 9 years as the oldest living man on the planet. That could prove it. Me, however, he made his passing unique, or what made his passing unique, was that I had only just met him on the day he died. My father had stopped speaking to him some 40 years ago, and I had never been allowed to meet him. I knew almost nothing about him, except that there had been a falling out with my dad that I knew almost nothing about him except that there had been a falling out and Dad wouldn't talk to him or talk much about it. Hence, I was taken aback when Everett shared the story with me from his hospice bed. See, this is how we get to the point. This is how we snap. You hook in initially, then you can get into the details. The drive to St. Luke's Medical was a solemn one. Dad drove silently, white-knuckling the steering wheel, obviously fixated somewhere else. Mom sat in the passenger seat, occasionally reaching over to touch Dad on the shoulder. Let me get back up. Trying to comfort him, but simultaneously knowing that she couldn't. I sat in the back with my headphones in, typical teenager, wondering why it was so imperative to we go see a dying man that no one in the family seemed to care about. After all, I had better things to be doing. We parked in a parking garage about 3 o'clock that afternoon, and we made our way through the anthill of bland hallways to the palliative care unit. Nurse at the front desk gently whisked us to the door labeled Abernathy Everett and offered to escort us in. Dad asked for a moment before we entered. Nurse obliged, and we stood there in the hallway, the three of us, looking to Dad for a signal that it was okay to open the door. Mom and I could both tell that he was struggling with something that hadn't obviously bothered him for years until he'd gotten news that Everett was near the end. I thought for a moment that he was preparing to tell us, trying somehow to find the words. But ultimately, he only had one thing to say before he opened the door. Whatever he may tell you both, keep in mind that you don't know him like I do. He's dying, he'll probably feel desperate to have someone believe him. Don't let him manipulate. Mom and I simply nodded, and Dad looked us both in the eye. a hand on each shoulder, each of our shoulders, a look of resolve on his face. The door creaked open, and in we went. The room was sparsely decorated with a couple of Van Gogh reprints. We have Van Gogh in a fucking hospital. Awful. There was a small television on the wall, but it was turned off. The window blinds were open. And in the bed lay a small, withered-looking man, no hair, gazing out with the distant skyline of Minneapolis. As we entered, he turned his head to greet us. He said nothing at first, but his lip trembled, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. And onto his pillow, finally he spoke. You did not have to come, Jack. I'm glad you're all here. Thank you. No one deserves to die alone, my father said, with great restraint. Perhaps not, replied my great-grandfather. I am glad you came, nonetheless. Dad just nodded and tried a weak smile that wouldn't have fooled a 4-year-old. From there, it was simple introductions. Dad introduced us, and Everett asked simple questions about school, hobbies, and interests. It appeared as though the visit would be a token and that we would soon be on our way out. But I started to notice that no matter what we talked about, Everett's gaze would return to me. As the sun continued to repel its way down... Okay, don't get flowery with the text, dude. As the sun continued to lower down closer to the horizon, periods of silence became longer, more grim. At the end of the last bit of quiet, my dad finally spoke. Is anyone hungry? I think it's about time for dinner. He asked. Starving, Mom said. I just nodded in affirmation. Dad stood to go find the cafeteria and Mom went with him. I thought that I should go with them, but something in my intuition maybe, told me that I should stay. At the door, my dad turned back and realized I wasn't coming. Come on, Amber, he said. I got up and went into the hallway with my parents, but stood firm. Dad started in on how he didn't trust him alone with me. I stopped him short. Dad, he's 126, Dad. I said, he can't possibly hurt me. You've warned me not to take everything with a grain of salt. I just don't want us to come back from eating and he be dead, and we came all the way here. Excuse me. I just don't want us to come back from eating and he be dead. Let me fix this segment. I just don't want want us to come back from eating and him being dead while we're gone, and we just came down here for nothing. Let me stay. Just bring me a burrito or something. Dad looked at me for a moment, again wrestling with something, and then he looked at my mom. Mom just nodded. Okay, he said. But if he says anything weird, just remember what I said. I'm trusting you here, not him. I hugged him, and they walked away. I rolled my eyes as I re-entered. What could Everett possibly say? Back inside the room, I sat in what felt like a staring contest with Everett for a few minutes. I felt like he was looking through me, doing the best he could to see the wall behind me, but failing to do anything except unnerve me. As it turned out, he was organizing his thoughts. I want to tell you a story, Amber, he stated. Before you stop me, I know that Jack would have warned you about me. He's always tried to be a good person, so he let you stay, but he's thought the worst of me since 1976. But if nothing else, just consider your ear at my last request. And if you must, a tale of fiction that should be in a children's book somewhere. He stopped and kept looking at me, waiting for me to respond. At first, I juggled my options. I could go, maybe feel bad for breaking a dying man's heart, or I could listen and, at worst, have an interesting story. Admittedly, my curiosity was piqued. What could have been so bad about this guy that my dad, who treated everyone he ever met with respect, would simply cut him out of his life? I decided that if Everett's story would shed light on the topic, it was worth hearing. I missed the irony of him asking for an ear with a Van Gogh on the wall behind me. Ah, so that's why they said it. Go ahead, I said. In 1903, I was considered a young man at 16. Water? I was born and raised in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, in a town named Lids Point. Now, it's just a wide spot on the road, but back in 1903, I experienced something there that I haven't spoken of to date, except to my son Oliver. He died in 1984, and Jack... I'm breaking my silence now because I owe his finally due. In the summer of 1903, I was 16 years old. You already said that. With only the cares of a girl down the street, and that where my next nickel was coming from. My spare time, I could be found wandering out in the pine thickets, hunting the squirrels and fishing in the several brooks that ran my father's 59 acres. Sometimes Abigail and I would go together. We'd sit in the tops of the trees and ride the occasional afternoon thunderstorm. Okay. Once in a while, I would dare to steal a kiss, and Abigail would giggle. These days, it's considered unwise for a couple so young to get married. Back then, tons of folks were getting married when they hit 18. And we were happy in knowing that we could. But on July 3rd of that bastard of a summer, I lost her. And I prayed to a God that I no longer believe in for a chance to get her back. July 2nd started just like any other day. I woke up before sunrise with Dad. Helped him. I woke up before sunrise with Father. Helped him feed a few cows we had. And rode my horse Zip down the drugstore for a newspaper. The only important thing I remember reading it was that Ed Dothanty had died, an old baseball player that not many even recollect. We also had a town picnic planned every July 4th. Back page had a bit about that. Anyhow, I was jabbering with a man on the corner outside the general store when Zip started acting skittish. I got him settled down in time to see the shadow pass below me. First I thought it was just an old sand crane, flying lower than usual. But I looked up, and I saw something good, a good bit bigger. It was right in the sun, so I couldn't see much more than a silhouette, but it looked like one of those horses with wings like in mythology. Pegasus, I think. I know that sounds childish, but that's what I saw. The man I'd been conversing with saw it too. We just looked back at each other with a what the blazes was that look on our faces. And then back at the sky. It was gone. We searched over the horizon with our hands over our brows, but didn't see anything. I don't remember exactly what the man said to me after that. It was something about needing to get home. I galloped Zip home, careful not to exert him too much because it was particularly hot that year. I stopped by Abigail's to see if she'd seen it too. But after offering me some pie, her mother said she had gone out picking blackberries for the town picnic. I told her how obliged I was for the pie and went home. At home, I told Dad what I seen, and he'd laughed, that low sort of Santa laugh that said I was just a youngster that had spent too much time in the sun. I went to sleep that night feeling a little uneasy. It wasn't very often in the summer that I didn't see Abigail for a whole day. And on top of that, I saw something. I kept telling myself that Dad was right. That I had been too long in the sun. That looking right into it had caused me to see things that weren't there. But you had to understand, Nivek's devils and the like were considered impossibility back then. Science and medicine had come so far, and people would still thought that a ghost was People still thought that a ghost was something as simple as a cold spot in the road. Not to mention, I was a naturally curious boy. I wanted to know what I saw. It seemed like that I'd only been asleep for a couple minutes when Dad was quickly waking me up with a candle in his hand. I got the feeling pretty quickly that something wasn't quite right. I heard voices in the kitchen. Dad had a face that said not to ask questions. Got up, pulled on my overalls and boots, and went through the swinging door to the next room. Abigail's mother was sitting in our old rocking chair, crying. A few of the other men from town were out on the front porch, talking in almost whispers. I could see one had old Remington by his side through the front window. Abigail didn't come home tonight, my father whispered as I walked out on the porch. My heart almost bounded out of my chest. I ran through the whole list of places he could be, but according to the clock in the living room, it was almost 2 in the morning. Abigail wasn't one to disobey her mother. Her father, God rest him, had raised her right. And when he died working on a railroad that it tore her up, he followed his rules almost as a memorial, and her mother almost never had to discipline her. It was unheard of to be out past nightfall, unless she was with me or Dad. I told the men that the only place she might be was the old blackberry bushes by Briar Creek. There we would fish sometimes, with nothing else to start with. All the men mounted their horses and set off. No one told me to stay behind. I think they knew it would have been useless. No, stop things right there. There's a reason why horseback was not a thing done often in those times. Because there'd be unseen, like horseback at night, unless you're only on a main road that was well maintained. It was just a dangerous thing, because your horse would probably dip a foot in a hole and get their leg broken. But this is story logic. Let's continue. We rode in silence except for the clopping of our horses' hoofs. Much later, I found myself wandering deeper into the woods, having separated from the group hours before. I had left Zip to wander back home at the edge of the forest because the trees were going to be too thick for him to be of any use. I was back in farther than I'd ever been. Our back 20 acres had ended a couple hours before when I went under our barbed wire fence. The pine trees grew steadily bigger around, and the briar patches cut my arms as they became almost impossible to avoid. The wind-up pocket watch my grandfather had left me told me it was almost 7 in the morning. But the thick trees made it seem much earlier, allowing only a few rays of sunshine to reach the pine needle carpet below. Eventually, the needles got so thick that nothing grew through them, and I remember thinking how relieved I was to be free of all the sticker brushes when I saw the damnedest thing. The trees thinned to form a small meadow full of dead grass, and in the middle stood a tree the likes of which I'd never seen, and never have again. It seemed like an oak tree, but it wasn't at the right height for its girth. 5 men could have reached around it, and they'd be holding hands. But the leafless branches were coming off low enough for me to reach up and grab them. The tree's crown spread out so far that it put most of the meadow under its shadow, and that meadow was almost the size of a baseball diamond infield. But despite all of that, it wasn't that what had my undivided attention. No, what caught my eye was a big hollow at the bottom betwixt 2 of its massive roots. Abigail had given me the story of Alice and the rabbit's hole. This one was definitely big enough for Alice, maybe even a horse, but I definitely didn't want to find out where they led. As I got closer, I could hear a low buzzing, like a beehive or a bunch of flies on a carcass. I got close enough to see down the hole, but got no closer. The bug sound was definitely coming from down there. I stared down only for another moment before it suddenly stopped, and I heard the dead grass breaking behind me. I saw it clearly for the first time. A horse with wings, just like I thought I'd seen the day before, stood not 20 feet from me, stomping the earth with its nailed hooves. I followed its legs up, seeing its fur, the color of blood. When it's been out in the air too long, brown, rust brown. Its wings were leathery and veined, like a bat's, and as they folded down, they revealed the creature's rider, a pale man, the whiteness of his skin outdone by only by his clothing. He had bright blonde hair, dark eyes, and his gaze made the hair on my arms stand up. I took a few steps, tripping over a tree root and falling flat on my back. I heard the man come off his horse as I got back to my feet. "Hello there," he said, in a voice as sharp as a razor, but smoother than leather you'd sharpen it on. "I suppose you must be Mr. Abernathy. I thought you might find your way here, strong-spirited as you are." I stood there, still afraid to say much value. The fact that he knew my name, though we'd never met, hadn't occurred to me. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but all I could do was look from that maroon stallion back to the jockey. Disbelief. "Oh, speechless, I see," he continued. "Well, I have that effect on most people I encounter. Something about my pallor, I suppose." With that, he walked to his monstrosity's front end and patted him on the snout, just before feeding him something that looked like an oversized chicken leg. He petted it again and kept on. "Still looking for your friend, I presume? How silly of me, of course you are. Well, I'm pleased to inform you that she's perfectly safe. For the moment. Oh, come now, let's do away with the oafish jaw-flapping. You swallow a fly." Something about his taunting gave me a swift kick in the ass that I needed to speak up. "Yeah, I'm looking for her. I reckon you know where she is. By what you said, I'd like her back, if you feel so obliged," I stammered. "Well, of course. I expected as much. And you have manners. What a surprise. Humans seem to lose their etiquette decades ago, but you, sir, are an exception. Americans especially, they are so unrefined. But I digress. I will return her to you in due time, but of course that is contingent on your submission." The man spoke with giddiness. The man spoke with the giddiness of a small child excited for a new toy. But I swear up and down that he had plenty more smarts than he let on. He was trying to play a possum with me. He already knew I would have done anything for Abigail. He caught me at a time where her hormones were doing the most of my thinking, and he would bet the farm on it. "I'm not leaving without her. What do you want?" I choked out. Now, don't lose your cool, Mr. Abernathy, or the outcome of your predicament will not be in your favor. So back to business. I ask only for what I would call a projection. Most people here call it a soul. Oh, I see the alarm on your face, but not to worry, it's quite painless process. I assure you, you don't lose your soul. Presently, in actuality, you would merely be providing me with a voucher, implying your rights to it when you expire. He cackled with amusement after he finished up, and my mind had been running faster than a greyhound for a rabbit since he started. How on earth did this man plan on taking my eternal soul? Could he actually do it? At first I doubted it, but then I looked back at his pet, something like that I had only read about in Greek storybook. And someone just fooling around wouldn't just happen to have what the world didn't even believe to exist. Thought hard about my last words. So, you like my soul? I asked, and he simply nodded in agreement, a flat look on his face. So, pretty much it just belongs to you when I die? That's correct, my young friend, he replied. All you have to do is consume one of those delectable fungi over there. He pointed to a small patch of dark toadstools growing near the base of the big oak. They were small, but they were a lot. I didn't like the idea of eating mushrooms I never laid eyes on before. How do I know this? It won't just kill me and let you ride off into the sunset, he asked. Ah, clever one you are. Quite simply, my boy, you don't. All I can do is promise you that after you eat it, you will lose consciousness. And when you awaken, you will find yourself at home in your bed. Abigail will be safe and sound, back with her mother. No memory of her little ordeal. You will both be happy together. But if I may be so bold, does it really even matter if I can promise you anything? Would life be worth living to you without her? He had me. Placating or not, he had me. I suppose not, I spat. Stupendous! Now, I can comfort you further by saying that I desire your soul more than anybody's in this very moment. Not many of your variety present themselves. I suppose that's irrelevant when you have infinity to search, but nevertheless, I must obtain it for my collection. If you die here, who knows where your spirit will go? I need control before it is released. So, if you please. He pointed me to his mushrooms, and I went to them, wondering what I had gotten myself into. It seemed pretty simple. Eat mushroom, get Abigail back. So what if I gave my soul? It was worth it to save my girl. It was worth it to save my girl. I reached down and tried to find the smallest one I could. I picked one, and after a minute, I finally worked up the nerve to put it in my mouth. It felt slimy and unnaturally cold for the summer heat. I looked at the man, fully immersed in his grooming of his animal. I continued chewing, swallowing the bits as quickly as I could to get rid of the taste. It was awful, worse than a toad I looked at as a youngster, playing like one of those folks like from the old Grimm's books. The last thing I remember before the lights went out was the pale man, looking at me like a lion at the lamb chop, a triumphant smile on his face. I woke up the next morning in my bed as promised. I shut up and looked around the room, wondering how I'd gotten there. Then I remembered the man and his steed. It had to be a dream, I thought to myself, but I still had the taste of the mushroom in the back of my throat. I put on my shirt, the overalls, trying to get my head around what had happened. I finally got my boots on and rushed through the house looking for Dad. He wasn't around. I went to the front door headed for Abigail's. She was on her front porch swing, humming and reading a hymnal. My heart leaped at the sight of her. I never asked about what happened or what she remembered. She just told me she had fallen asleep in a tree with her book and hadn't woken up till the next day. She walked home and was surprised at all the fuss that had been made. But her mother had been so relieved to have her back that she didn't so much as tongue lash her. As for me, Dad said that search was called off when she finally turned up, and I'd returned a couple hours later and gone to bed without a word, giving me my space because he figured I was beat. Abigail and I got hitched 2 years later, and eventually I rarely thought about the day in Pine Barrens. Immediately afterwards, lots of people were talking about what they had seen flying through the sky that day. All over New Jersey, in fact. I kept my mouth shut, afraid to speak of any of it. We had 7 wonderful children, 3 boys and 4 girls. I got pretty good at breeding horses and made a fair amount at it. We were happy for almost 15 years until one day county sheriff came to my door carrying my oldest son's hat. He'd been out making the rounds selling paper and dropped some of them. They went blowing across the place, and he ran after them, not watching where he was going. He had run up to the town's old dry well, gone right over the side, his hat coming off as he did. His neck had been broken when he hit the bottom. A freak accident, they told me. My wife and I took it hard. It took us almost 2 years to get back to normal. And just as things were seeming okay, our next oldest died. In a way I prefer not to recollect. I'm going to make the rest quick. The rest of Abigail and my children died one by one, except for your grandfather, each death as violent as the next. Over the next 3 years, we endured what no parents should, having to bury our own children. I had begun suspecting that I had been overcharged back on the day in the woods when our second child died. By the time our 6th one was gone, I had decided I would jump off the dam down river. Got as far as the road across it, but then I couldn't do it to Abigail. She had been through just as much. And she was being so strong. I remember fair for me to be a coward. It wasn't fair for me to be a coward. While she sat home barely holding herself together, naive to the deal I made to save her. Then on my 45th birthday, Abigail went to the doctor to see because she just couldn't find any energy. All the doctors in New Jersey knew it was a blood problem, but they couldn't figure out exactly what. Everything they tried seemed to work for a while, and they became completely useless. She struggled through it for 11 years. Some days Abigail would be almost normal, then other days she would cry out from our bed to our dead children. It chilled me to the bone, and I couldn't stand to watch her waste away. Knowing that every minute of it was my doing, she suffered until she was 54 years old, and finally, gracefully, she passed. So here I am, 126 years old. I watched all but one of my children die horribly, and watched my only love struggle against the dark for a decade. I've seen things no father or husband should, and something has kept me here to keep reliving it every night. I just need someone to know that on that day, so many years ago, I looked down the hall and unknowingly witnessed the depths of hell. I turned around and struck an accord with its keeper. I sort of stared there blinkingly at Everett for a few seconds before I said anything. What the hell kind of story was that? Did he really expect me to buy this? Was he delirious because of his illness? Was it all a metaphor? Either way, eventually I pushed those questions aside and asked what I thought was more a pertinent one. So, what does this have to do with my dad? Sure, everyone but you and Grandpa died, but that doesn't explain why your grandson hates you so much. Well, he paused. When all I had left was your grandfather, Oliver, I became overwhelmingly paranoid about preserving him and trying to keep him from what I was convinced was some sort of curse. Grab some water. In 1964, your father was born. He may not want you to know this, but he was a twin. David lived for 2 years, then was diagnosed with an all too familiar blood disorder. He was dead by his 3rd birthday. Oliver had gotten started a little late with a family because, frankly, of my meddling and trying to keep him from falling in love. Thus, he have to share my fate somehow. Of course, with the death of David, my fears were realized. After all, I clearly signed off on something I didn't comprehend, and I didn't know if I could pass it on, or if I died it would be passed on until the debt was paid. I began to see my agreement for what really was. My soul was alone to me until I died, with the souls of my children as interest. The only remaining child would be left to allow more interest to be paid by their offspring, and so forth. I was overbearing with Oliver for the time, yes, but with the right intentions. Our relationship was strained, to say the least, but I kept things to myself for a little over a decade, starting in 1965, for the sake of his happiness. Of course, I kept a watchful eye from a bit of a distance as the fear slowly eroded at me. It did, however, please me that Oliver had developed a healthy concern for what I had told him, as he shared my story with his wife. Grandmother, Denise, was of course skeptical of the whole thing at first, and dismissed it as one of those stories that get passed down through the family, getting more grotesque as the years passed, facilitate entertainment, avoid redundancy, and instill identity. But the more she thought about it, the more she wondered, and eventually started doing her own research of her own. Over time, she gathered quite a bit of information about all of my children, death certificates, newspaper articles, the like. Of course, she began to suspect that rather than some supernatural happening, I had simply been murdering my children somehow. Not to mention Abigail. She kept this to herself to avoid upsetting Oliver, but it took its toll. Their relationship was at times adverse, Denise dwelling on what she thought she knew of Oliver, doing his best to pretend it was all a fable. When your father turned 12, I decided that I couldn't keep things to myself anymore. I had to keep trying, yet your grandfather would hear none of it. I knew how Denise felt, so I skipped her and resigned to telling my grandson everything instead. He was 12 after all, easily impressionable, and perhaps still capable of believing such a tale. As such, I thought he would come to understand. The entire plan blew in my face. Besides the deal I made in 1903, it has been my single greatest regret. I assumed that I could simply manipulate what family I had left. Days later, I told Jack his adolescent lack of discretion got the best of him, and he brought up my story at the dinner table. I immediately received a visit from Oliver, chastising me for telling him such things to a 12-year-old. He not so politely told me to stay out of his life, so I did. In time, the strain on Denise became too much to bear, as Oliver would not acknowledge that I could be a serial killer, and she would not consider the possibility that I was telling the truth. She was utterly convinced that Abigail had simply fallen asleep in that tree, and I had created the entire story as a delusion of grandeur as I slipped further into insanity. She left Oliver with your father in 1977. Your dad grew up and came to blame me for splitting up his parents and possibly poisoning his brother. That was why he despises me. Why I couldn't attend Oliver's funeral in 1984. And why he hasn't spoken to me since I told him all this. In 1976, but I believe that I have been kept alive so long because the devil realized he could collect more souls as part of a contract as long as I kept my own. It is my hope that when I die, the contract will expire with me. At this point, I was convinced that Everett at least believed the story he was pandering. Whether or not I thought it was true was a totally different story. All I could hear was Dad warning me about manipulation. I sat staring at the floor, while Everett presumably stared at me, waiting my reaction. Mercifully, I heard my parents talking in the hall as I stood up to let them in. Why are you so pale? Mom said. Or Mom asked. Oh, I'm just really hungry. My blood sugar is probably a little low, I replied. I glanced back at Everett, and he gave me a nod of gratitude. This was his little secret with me. The last secret he would share with anyone. It was up to me that I did what I did. Or up to me what I did with it. As we ate, I became less enthralled with Everett's story. My parents commented on my color coming back to my face. Dad occasionally glanced at Everett, slept, and then returned to the casual dinner conversation. Finally, when the last bit of sun disappeared behind the back of Minneapolis City, my dad announced that it was time for us to head back home. We turned to say our goodbyes, and my dad found the courage to put a hand on Everett's shoulder. I noticed that he didn't seem to be breathing. He did not stir when my father touched him. Dad, he said. He looked at me, tears in his eyes, and nodded. We turned to leave. As I began to dismiss the story he had told me as delusional final visions of a dying man, I turned back to look at Everett one last time. A single fly crawled out of his slightly open mouth, over his upper lip, and into his nostril. My blood ran cold with belief. I told my parents everything Everett said. Although my father was initially upset with how I learned of David, he moved past it. However, I admitted the part about believing him. I didn't want them burdened with that. And I didn't want to sound like a simpleton. I just told them that what I thought of it was Everett's way of making sense of his mistakes, and we'd never spoken of it again, to this day. As I mentioned, it's 8 years later now. I'm about to have twins myself. Guess it runs in the family. I've never mentioned any of this to my husband, Michael, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned about it. Having more than one baby, if this is a curse, did it die with Everett? Or am I stuck with it now? Obviously, my great-grandfather didn't understand everything about what he'd done. Whatever or whoever he met out in the woods. They got the best of him. Well, I have to pay for it. Only time will tell. Oh, that was a lot better one. Now, to contrast with the cheesy story one, this one got straight to the point. We got a little introduction, got a little bit of what was going on. They didn't need to build a world because we were going to get introduced to it soon. It had a nice hook and a nice way of going about it. Now then, I'm going to see. We're going to take a small 15-minute break so I can rest my voice. So, we are going to I still have it. Fuck, I gotta re-download it. 1 second. I'll get the BR base screen back up. Where is... Ah, here it is. Here. Brush. Not that. Alright. So we will be right back. We'll be right back in about 15 minutes. Oh shit, where's that timer I had? No, that's not what I wanted. Alright. Well, 15-minute break. We will resume when we get back. Guide queued. Sorry for the technical dip. I had the perfect one. Ah, here it is. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Welcome.
Oh, what the fuck? Fuck you. Here we go. There we go. Now we come back in 15 minutes. Welcome. Fucking God. Alright. Rest my voice, then I'll be back. Alrighty. 15 minutes are up, kids. And we are getting back into it. So then, we sort of did a kind of actually decent creepypasta. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do a crappy pasta. Ah, shit. Now, let's get that pulled up. We're actually going to do 2 in a row, because these are short and sweet. So, let's start off with top 11 worst creepypasta cliches. Chat back up, and we're back. Hey guys, Horror Queen here. I know this isn't a story, but just a fun thing I threw in. This is also helpful if you're making creepy pasta, so try to avoid these terrible cliches. Number 11. Fourth wall breaking. Dagpole, the Soul Game. Number 10. Lost episodes and old obscure shows. Example, Suicide Mouse, Dead Bart, and Squidward's Suicide. Let's actually go over these as we go. Fourth wall breaking is a definite no-no. You don't want to break immersion unless it actually works in favor of your story. Yeah, sometimes it can work, but it's on very rare occasions. And it shouldn't be... This has to be something that has been going on for several volumes. And it can only be like little snippets if you're going to write a story with it. As for the lost episodes, that's a given, like, dumb thing. Hyper-realistic blood in, like, Simpsons or Squidward's Suicide. It's just awful. It doesn't add anything to your immersion or whatever. We'll write a creepypasta with all these just to spite. Yeah, good thinking. Haunted game cartridges and discs. Example, Ben Drowned, Sonic XC, and Tails Doll. Ben Drowned is one of the sole exceptions because a lot of effort went into behind the scenes on it. Like, they modded the game relentlessly to get these results. Like, messing with the hacks, everything. So unless you're willing to go to those stakes, don't even bother. Like Sonic XC and Tails Doll, of course, those are top examples of why you shouldn't do it. Melodramatic protagonist. Example, Tom from Sonic XC is literally literally everyone from the Blood Whistle. Melodrama, no one likes to read melodrama, unless they specifically come for it. That's like in like a, I don't know, if you're in like a role play or whatever. Just never write melodrama unless that is a specific audience you're going for and don't want anything else. Hello, Lunabelle. Number 7. Forced and contrived storytelling. I'm going to... Yeah, this is again, Sonic, or Tom from Sonic.exe, Randy from Jeff the Killer, and the dog from Laughing Jack. I'm also going to add what we stumbled upon earlier was Cheesy's whatever it was. Like spending way too much time on a tangent, telling like a side story. Like, I don't need to hear a full-on video call conversation between characters that we most likely will never see or experience in the story. It's dumb. Violence against minors and animals. Example, 1999, Laughing Jack, Dating Game, and Happy Abby. I'm going to exclude 1999 from that list because it did write it well, it did do things right. It more along the lines of heavily implied what would be happening. But I'm going to actually agree with the other ones. If your story can't draw up the tension and needs to resort to those things, it's kind of a no-brainer. Shocking subjects. Verb. or rape, murder, example, used as plot devices. Example, play with me, Clockwork, Jeff the Killer, example, or etc. I'm going to say this for starters. No, that's not exactly a bad thing. It's highly dependent on how you write it. Murder is going to be a thing in creepypastas, but you can't have it glorified. That's the thing. You got to have it used as a bad end or a stake. Rape you can just throw off the table because no one likes reading about that. Unless you're a freak. Hyper-realism. Sonic, or examples include Sonic XC, Dead Bart, Squidward Suicide. Again, we covered this earlier. Hyper-realism, like, oh, the blood seep from the... It looked so realistic. The effort that would go into for a lost episode of anything, and, like, it's completely immersion breaking. Like, you'd think like a studio exec that's usually breathing down the necks of these people, these animators, saying, oh, wow, you're drawing, like, really realistic blood there. We can't have that aired. You need to scrap all that. That's the thing. It's Weeaboo. Happy Halloween, Hong Kong, it's Halloween. Hell yeah. Alrighty, kids. Now let's go on to number 3. Perfect bland characters. Clockwork, Tiki Toby, Nina the Killer, Jane the Killer, Jeff the Killer, or put a name in, the Killer. No one fucking likes that. I'm going to explain why Jeff the Killer is the worst kind of creepypasta ever. After we get through number 2. Anybody who uses a knife. Wrong, but okay. Jeff the Killer, Jane the Killer, Nina the Killer, Paige the Killer, anybody else that ends with the Killer. Wow, even the author agrees with this. Homicidal Lou, Iris Jack, Laughing Jack, Clockwork, Tiki Toby. Dahlia and many more. Knives are like a common weapon. Spice it up. Bring back the classic of a chainsaw. Nothing's wrong with a gun. Fucking use an ice pick. And number 1, bad grammar and misspelling of words. That's always the normal. You'll catch people tripping up over words when they're trying to read it. Now, I'm going to go into why Jeff the Killer is the worst creepypasta ever. It reads impossibly for a 13-year-old. Jeff the Killer is 13 years old in the story. Actions like he's like an action movie hero. He gets bleached. How his skin turns white is because he was in a bleach fire, which that's not how physiology works. The entire story reads as Gary Stew in the making, and this is just some kid's edgy OC, Donut Steel. And then we get Jane the Killer, Nina the Killer, Paige the Killer, blah blah blah. All those ones following up and aping on this space of edgy OC, I'm totally original bullshit. Alrighty, now let's get to an actual crappy pasta. Apocalypse Denied. Hi, I'm Jimmy, or this real quick. Hi, I'm Jamie Bucks. I recently created something that I'm not proud of. One day, I was talking to my friend Alex and Matt while I was making a picture of in my Adobe Photoshop CS6. I was supposed to be a picture of a skeleton and a mask. When I finished, I went to save as, and I typed apocalypse.denied. It saved it as a JPEG file on my desktop. When I went to look for it, it was the .denied file, and I opened it. It wouldn't let me. I sent it to a hacker friend of mine named James. And when he opened it, it was a bunch of code. He decoded the file, and what he saw shocked him. It was a picture of death himself. My friend later that day, of unknown causes, I say it was because of the picture. Now I'm forced to have that picture on my computer. I couldn't help but feel bad for my friend. I opened the picture up. As I was, it was a picture of death himself. Later that night, I slept horribly. I had terrible nightmares. In my dreams, was death telling me I was going to die if I did show the picture to everyone. I know this sounds crazy, but it's true. I tell death no. And now I'm typing this into my blog and waiting for death to take me too. I swear before I die, I'm burning my computer. Just hope death doesn't send this file to anyone. I hope you'll never have to see this accursed file in your life. Please let God be with you. That was fucking stupid. Alright. Ladies and gents. Read some with chat. OCs in general are 9 times out of 10 cringy as fuck. You can have a good OC. Gotta have, or the issue is, you gotta have flaws with them. You can't make them the best of the best ever. You got the saying is kill your darlings. And you gotta put your OC through horrendous situations. You gotta put them through trial. You gotta put them in error. That's just called making a solid character. Yep. Point generic. Lord Fox top tier cringe. Yep, I get that too. Now then, let's go on to the Hool. Eyewitness report transcript. Rustic Farms, New Hampshire. Discovery site. Witness Richard A. Fabian. I'd always wanted to hike. I really like hike. Like it. Oh, I read that wrong. I'd always wanted to hike. Like really hike. None of these trails or pathways. Those are too linear. When I was little, my dad took me through a forest, and it was the most exhilarating hike I'd ever been on. The animals we saw, the plants, the views, they remained unmatched in my mind for far too long. I finally had a chance to take my son off trail yesterday morning. I told my wife that we were going to stay on the clearest path, but after we parked and saw the woods, thoughts of that hike with my father came flooding back. I changed my mind quickly after that. The woods before us were thick, lush, breathtaking. This was my chance to take my son on an adventure of a lifetime, the same way my father took me. Had I known what we would eventually see, maybe I would have chosen to stay on the trails. No, I definitely would have. We were off the trail for a solid 2 or 3 hours. Ryan was hanging in there. He may be young, but he was determined. I did ask him at one point if he'd rather go back on the trail, and he made me so proud by saying, "You don't see real wilderness from the trail, Dad." It was something I'd told him before, and remembered. We were both on the same page. First thing I saw was the old, mangled fence. It was rusted and mostly smashed down to the ground, bedded in the weeds and grass. We followed the fence to a metal stake that once held it upright. We came across at least 3 or 4 more of those stakes before I saw the sign. Rustic Farms, population 3,622. It was an old sign. The corners were rusted and flaking off. The words were printed with mostly faded, but still legible. There were 2 bullet holes through it as well. Target practice or missed shots at something else. That was up for debate. Curiosity got the best of me at that point. I'd never heard of Rustic Farms, and I'd been coming to this general area since I was young. We pressed forward on my instructions. We came next to the first skull. It was a dog skull, although I'm not sure of what breed. After seeing a couple more bones scattered about, Brian started to get nervous. I wanted to go back on the trail at this point. Selfishly, I said the trail was too far to get back to right now. I said I wanted to see if there was anything left of whatever Rustic Farms was. We continued through the woods for another 15 or 20 minutes before I saw the first house. It was old, decrepit, and hidden within the trees. The growth of nature around it served as an almost perfect camouflage. We approached the house. I would have placed it maybe in the colonial times. I'm not sure. There was broken glass outside of the door, maybe from a jam bottle. The door had been completely deteriorated, and the house seemed infested with bugs, termites probably, considering the heavy structural damage. I told Brian to stay outside while I took a quick look inside. I didn't plan on going too far into the house. It may be adventurous, but I know an unstable floor when I see one. The house seemed frozen in time, almost that colonial era. There are still candles on the table, willow cups, and pots and pans. Tripped over bones when I looked down. There was a human skeleton laying on its back, looking at me. Mouth was agape. The skeleton appeared to have fused with the floorboards over time. They'd become one. I ran out of the house and saw Brian a few yards away. I called for him. He hurriedly waved me over to him. When I got beside him, he pointed to another hidden house, almost identical to the one I had just been in. I went out to this second house as well, where glass had also been shattered just outside the door. I peeked in and even thought it was dark outside. Sunlight was just enough for me to see a human skeletons. We left immediately after that. When we finally got back into town, I called the authorities. I told them what I saw, and was asked to escort a small group of investigators to the location. It wasn't long before an entire army of investigators and crime scene technicians swarmed the scene. It covered a dozen more homes, shops, and horse stables within a few miles of where I took them. Rustic Farms appeared to have been a town that went extinct in modern times, without anyone even knowing about it. Wish I knew why. All those people were dead. Or I wish I knew why. All those people were dead, and no one knew anything about them. It was sad. Hopefully, one day, the families of the Rustic Farm citizens will at least be made aware. It's scary not knowing what happened there. Right, so that was the prologue. Part 1, 3 years later. It was a scorching summer. Even the playful music spinning from the ice cream truck wasn't enough to lure children out of their homes. The pavement sizzled and the grass browned, and the air dried. The drought of southern Wisconsin had finally taken its toll on the community. I need to silence the phone. At the age of 30, Felix Ryder had found himself living back in his parents' house in the Burrows, Wisconsin. A quiet farming community located 50 miles west of Madison. He sat at the kitchen table with the job listings open in front of him. He knew he'd probably have better luck searching online, but it didn't hurt to look everywhere. Diamond in the rough was exactly what he was after. Grace, his mother, hobbled into the kitchen. What the fuck hobbled? The help of a wooden cane. Oh, okay. She stopped and watched her son finger through the pages. It wasn't his fault that the company he worked for went under, but it was definitely time to start looking hard again for work. Beard and hair were starting to remind her of a wild animal. I'm just going to pause right here. And I got the worst image of finger through the paper. I thought he was like holding pieces of the newspaper and poking his finger through the paper, but I digress. Any luck? Any luck? He asked. Felix was unaware of his mother was there. He fixed his glasses. I just need to look. Alright, I just started looking again. He took a sip of his water and gently sat it back down on the table. Mother joined him at the table, and she was there for support. The mother should be, but to Felix, she was lingering. Too close. At 30 years old, the last thing he expected to be doing was living with his parents' basement. No job, no girlfriend, nowhere to live. This wasn't the life he'd been hoping for. Now he was home again, silently putting up with his mother's lingering, his father's obsessive collecting, which one could argue bordered on hoarding. The garage was filled with, for lack of a better term, crap, as was the attic. And if the basement didn't need to be cleared out for his arrival 3 weeks ago, Felix was sure the basement would have been quite a disastrous sight as well. Felix looked up to his mother and smiled. Sleep okay, Mom?
No, I don't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. Definitely before you were born,
she joked. Felix gave her a pity laugh, but he wasn't really in the mood for jokes.
How about you? Is the basement comfortable enough?
Felix nodded. I'm hoping not to be in your I'm hoping not to be in your hair for much longer.
You're not in our hair.
Ray smiled, resting her wrinkled hand on Felix's.
It's nice to have you home again. We don't see nearly enough of you. You have your own life in the big city.
He politely pulled his hand away from under his mother's and used it to grab his cup of water. He took another forced sip and set it back down, the same wet ring he picked it up from. Kind of rude. The days seemed to drag. There wasn't enough to be around Burroughs, and the extreme heat made it difficult to even get out of the house. But Felix forced himself to. He'd rather suffer through the heat than be confined to the house where his parents were. They weren't bad people, but he had already done his time. As it was, he didn't even make them empty nesters until he was in his early 20s. A delay in ambition on his part was to blame. But when he finally broke free, he never planned to come back. Life blindsided him. Felix walked through the old town of Burroughs. It was quite small, but appropriate for the size of the population. It was a farming town and exported corn and wheat almost daily during the prime seasons. Burroughs was widely known for the Mason Dairy Farm, the town's flagship industry. But with the drought, most of the crops had died. The farmers couldn't do much until the heavy rain would fall. That left the cows in the dairy farm struggling to eat appropriately, which severely hindered the milk supply. Aside from a couple of cars that passed by, he didn't see many other people out and about. Felix walked to the corner where an ice cream shop was at. There was a help wanted sign in the window, but he wasn't that desperate yet. He looked through the plain glass window and saw an old man inside, smiling and waving him in. What the hell, Felix thought. He walked into the shop and the bells chimed. It was much cooler inside, which was a relief. He wasn't much of an ice cream guy.
You're my first customer today.
The old man smiled. And you lured me in, Felix laughed.
Buy a scope.
Buy a scope? I'm going to fix this right now. This was mentioned earlier, the spelling errors, but here we go.
Buy a scoop and I'll slap another one on for free.
Felix stood at the counter and looked over a dozen or more flavors beneath the glass. It was colorful, but still not incredibly appealing. Felix was more of a chips and salsa guy than one for sweets. Kept it as simple as possible. Vanilla, please.
You've got it.
The old man happily prepared a waffle cone and 2 scoops, just as he promised. He even added sprinkles and whipped cream on top, and topped it off with dripping cherry from just. Yeah, it's too much detail. Come on. Felix finished the cone in minutes after leaving the shop. He used the napkin the old man supplied to wipe the drips. Wipe the drips, you fool. Off his hand, and disposed of it in a public trash can. Okay. He looked around contemplating his next move, but he couldn't think of one. Boredom was a huge factor in leaving Burroughs to begin with. It was all coming back to him now. He walked back to his family's farm, only about a quarter of a mile from downtown Burroughs. He saw a mail truck parked in front. The mail carrier, a middle-aged woman, stood at the front door holding a dark box and a stack of mail that was rubber-banded together. It looked like she'd been standing there for some time, but neither of his parents were answering the door. Felix picked up the pace and kept in an attempt to keep the woman from waiting any longer than she had to. "Hey there," he called out. The mail carrier turned around. "Sorry, it's my parents' house. Are they not answering?" "No, I've been waiting longer than I probably should," the woman said. "This package needs a signature, though. I was hoping to catch them." "I'm Felix, their son. I can sign for it." The carrier handed the scanner and signed his name. "Thank you," she said with a warm smile. "Yeah, have a nice day now." You as well. Mail carrier climbed climbed back into her little box truck and started the engine and drove off. Felix stood at the door with the dark box and the letters in grip. He set the mail down on the kitchen table and pushed the letters aside. The package interested him more. wrapped in black paper that appeared to have folded and creased many times over. White sticker had the package addressed to Francis Ryder. A return address from someone named Juniper Rose. Definitely an eBay seller of some kind. Felix shook his head, wondering what kind of garbage his father had ordered this time. Yeah, of which, where were they? Wondered. Walked into the living room, didn't see anyone. Went up to the went to the bottom of the stairs. Mom? Dad? There was no answer from either of them. A loud thud grabbed his attention, and he rushed to the side window. Pulled the curtains back and saw his dad standing out at the barn, holding his arm, which appeared to be red. Fearing the worst, Felix rushed outside. Dad was working in the barn trying to fix a gate, and he sliced his forearm against an exposed nail. Felix hurried, grabbed the cleanest rag he could find, and wrapped it around his dad's arm. You okay? What happened? Dad laughed. Just clumsy these days. Felix looked into the barn at the wooden gate his father had been working on. It wasn't as pristine as his past work. It looked crooked and the nails were bent. But so they didn't go in all the way. Felix looked back to his father. He was older, definitely not the man he used to be, but age was the culprit here. He'd been losing his hair for quite some time, something that Felix feared he would go through. I'm paraphrasing a lot here. And was slow to get around. His eyes looked permanently tired, and he had a slight shake to his hand that made Felix nervous. Let's get you inside, Dad. I hope you clean up. Felix helped his father through the yard and into the house. Kitchen sink, where they washed off and dried the area around the bandage one more time and helped his dad sit in the chair. Again, I'm paraphrasing. Where's Mom? I think her Rosemary picked her up for lunch. Felix nodded. Rosemary had been his mother's best friend since the 70s. Francis finally noticed the box on the table wrapped in black, crinkly paper. What's this? Came in the mail. Looks like an eBay order. Francis pulled the package closer, and it was from Juniper Rose. Smiled. It is. It's a collection of Rustic Farms Discovery. Felix looks confused. What's that? His dad's eyes lit up. It was a fantastic find a few years ago. Historic, really. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. Francis tore through the black paper to reveal a sealed cardboard box. As he opened the box, he explained. A few years ago, father and son were hiking deep in New England. They came across the remains of an old town completely unknown to anyone. It was overgrown and infested with bugs and animals. It's like the town had gone completely extinct. Rustic Farms? That was the town's name? Yes. They found a sign. Then they found some homes. Bones. No explanation. They dated the town back to the 1800s. Francis opened the box to reveal a small grouping of individually sealed items. Felix looked in with curiosity. They didn't know what to do with the recovered items from the town. Anything that wasn't interesting or important, that is. They auctioned them all off. Now this guy, Juniper Rose, sells grab bag groupings of the items. Basically keepsakes for anyone to claim as the owner of mysterious places of history. Francis pulled out the first sealed item. It was a candle, half melted, wrapped in a golden twine. Francis smiled at it and set it down aside before pulling out a wooden spoon. The spoon was bent very unnaturally, possibly due to aging. He set it aside as well, and then pulled out what appeared to be a baseball-sized marble. It swirled with many colors, most of them darker, and seemed to rattle like it held smaller marbles or other items inside of it. Francis set it down and reached for the last item. Felix picked up the sealed marble, looked at it carefully. Dad, how much did you spend on this crap? It's not crap, it's part of an unknown place in North American history. Let me redo that sentence with less pomp. Not crap, it's part of an unknown place in America. This stuff will be very sought after one day. We'll own it. Although Felix didn't agree with the desperate purchase, it wasn't his money. He looked at the marble all over, gently shaking it to hear the things inside. He noticed the exterior of marble was fully intact. How did they seal this? I don't see where it was put together. I don't know, Francis said, not even paying attention. He was too busy looking at the last item. A rusted pair of scissors that seemed cracked and broken in near their spots. Felix shook his head and set the marble back on down. Francis was more than pleased with his package. He put everything back in the box and folded the top back over. I'll probably order more of these. I'm sure you will. As the evening settled over the burrows, Grace came home and prepared chicken stew for dinner. 3 of them ate and homemade bread. And each retired to their rooms that night. Felix walked down the creaking steps to his basement. He saw the box of Rustic Farms items. It had begun. The place was being taken over by Father's compulsive hoarding. Wonder when he'll ever look into this box again, Felix thought. He picked up the box, moved it to the back, He picked up the box, he moved it to the back room, where the water heater was. He sat on the floor, closed the door, plopped down on his bed. Days were blending together. Tomorrow would be another day. Look for a job. Tomorrow would be another day. Hopes of leaving his parents' house once again. Closed his eyes and darkness fell over. Go take a quick sip. Now there was a pause break here. Let's see. I hope you buy a scope so that you can shoot me from here so I don't have to listen to this story anymore. Fuck you, weeb. You'll like it. You'll like it. I hope. Fuck. Just going to add a note here. It is meandering at points. Which I'm hoping is just for world building. They did a hook at the start. What time did you start the stream? It was started at 7 o'clock. We're going till midnight PST. So, if you guys are in for the long run, here we are. Don't have work tomorrow. Alrighty. Let's get back into it after another sip. Ah, that's delicious. Felix was awoken suddenly to the sound of his mother screaming and stumbling across the floor above him. Ending with a loud thud, he ripped the covers off and flew the stairs to his mother's aid. The first thing he saw was blood on the floor, stained on the carpet. He saw his mother on the floor, propped up against the wall near the television. Her cane was feet away, and he saw blood coming from her feet. He quickly was able to follow the bloody footprints back to the open front door. He rushed to his side to help her into the closest chair. Are you okay? Grace was crying. It hurts. He looked at the bottom of her feet, where small shards of glass were, stuck right into her skin. He didn't understand. What happened? He looked back at the front door, catching a glimpse of shimmering broken glass on the doormat outside. I didn't even see it there. Grace looked at the broken glass. It must have fallen out trash can when your father took it out yesterday. That was in the afternoon, Felix said. Was it there when you came home last night? I don't think so. She winced. Blood continued to steadily trickle from the bottoms of her feet. I need to take you to the doctor, Felix said. Felix stood and went to the front door. The glass looked like the remnants of a bottle. The bottom part was still mostly intact, but the top part was shattered and speckled with Grace's blood. An odor entered Felix's nostrils. Sour, rotten scent. He cringed at the overwhelming stench and quickly brushed it aside in order to help his mother. Dr. Hummel, a local family doctor so close to retirement, extracted the glass from Grace's feet, stitched them together where necessary, and bandaged them up. He supplied her with a wheelchair to borrow, and suggested she stayed off her feet for a few days until the tenderness went away. I'll write a prescription to the pharmacy for some painkillers, Grace, Dr. Hummel said. Those should do wonders for you.
Dr. Hummel?
Grace said with a deprecating smile. He nodded and scribbled a prescription on his pad. He sloppily signed his name and handed it to Felix. Pamper your mother, Felix, Hummel said. I want her on the couch or bed with a good TV movie, some soup. Rest, the best medicine. Felix nodded with a smile and folded the slip and stuffed it back into his pocket. Thank you. Felix wheeled Grace. Alright. Let's just say they got in the car and Francis started listening to the radio report. No end in sight.
No end in sight, Felix,
Francis said. What do you mean?
Drought. Weatherman says at least another 5 days of heat. We're all doomed to die in this summer.
Francis laughed. Mom's going to be okay. Wait.
Francis, fuck.
Okay. No end in sight, Felix, Francis said. What do you mean?
Drought. Weatherman says it at least 5 days of heat. We're all doomed to die this summer, Francis laughed.
Mom's going to be okay, Felix said, annoyed that his father didn't even acknowledge her being back in the car. Rest and painkillers. Francis looked at his wife with a smile. Good to hear, honey. She smiled back, almost like she expected that kind of response from him. Francis shifted the car into drive and pulled away from the curb. Felix looked out of the window as a young man was helping his wife out of the passenger seat of the car. Her feet appeared to be covered in blood as well. Strange, Felix thought. Race was set up on a couch in front of the Lifetime original movie and leftover chicken stew. I'm gonna skip some parts to keep things going. Okay, I have a bell. She sat down and Felix left the room. Went to the kitchen where he poured himself a glass of fresh lemonade. Drank it at the window and watched as his father walked to the barn with a shovel. Curious, he thought. Felix walked into the barn and saw his father sitting on a bale of hay with a dirty shovel in his hand. He looked tired or confused. Dad, you okay? Francis looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and pupils were large. Concerned, Felix rushed to his father's side. What's wrong? Just a little tired, his father said. Farm life taking its toll on this old man. What were you doing? Francis looked around and drew a blank. He looked at his shovel and saw dirt caked on Chip's spade. He couldn't for the life of him remember why he had it. Father's son. The fuck? Is that an upside down eye? Okay. That's odd. There was something on my screen, but no, it's an upside down eye. Exclamation point. What? Why? Whatever. His father's silence said everything. Felix feared this day. The day his parents would eventually go downhill. Their health was not what it used to be, and it was becoming clear they wouldn't be able to live on their own much longer. Cool breeze blew through a cool breeze blew through the barn door. Brought a momentary relief from the extreme heat. It also carried the same sour odor Felix had smelled that morning. What's that smell, Dad? Francis sniffed at the air with a strange face. It's terrible, like sour milk or something. I feel like something's dead out there. Have you killed any animals on the farm in the past few days? Francis shook his head. I don't think so. Felix walked to the barn door, looked around the farm. Nothing stood out to him as a normal. Breeze blew gently, and weather vane gently swayed on the roof of the house. Barrels couldn't have cool temperatures, or even just rain. Breeze here and there was more than welcome. Only the stench didn't have to accompany it. Alrighty. Let's take a break from the story. Because it is getting a little long. So, we're going to go with another crappy pasta as a palate cleanse. I got up from my bed. Oh wait, this is called The Shadow on the Wall. I got up from my bed. I looked out my window. It was pure darkness, no stars, no moon. I smirked as I saw a zombie. Ha! People have such horrible comments. See? A few minutes later, I feel a cold hand on my shoulder. I turn around, only to find nothing but a note. I read it. It says, "I'm hunting you. I'm hunting you for eternity. You'll never know who I am. I'm your worst nightmare. Now turn around, pretty face." I shrug and turn around. Just as the note says, there's a strange dark figure on the wall. I thought it was my shadow until the shadow turned into a horrifying nightmare. The creature had a body, oozing demonic blood. It had a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. It whispers me, "I'm here. I am here. You are here. Now let's finish this." I laugh at the beast. Ha! People and their scary pranks. Well, guess what? I know this all a prank. This is not a prank. The beast whispers in demonic tune and grows more terrifying. It was horrendous. His smile started to fade into a darker smile. His eyes disappeared. And his hands turned to claws. I squeezed my eyes shut and yelled, "Ever not that to take?" I wake up. It was a dream. Bad dream. That's it. I didn't trust my eyes. I looked out the window, blinked a few times, and saw the same thing I saw in my dream. Pure dark sky, no clouds, no moon, no stars. I spot the same zombie I saw in the dream. I managed to scream a bit. I shut the window quickly as possible. Start to panic and look around me. There it is. No, I forced myself to read it. I expected to say the same thing this time, but it didn't. This was just one word. Shadows. I was awfully confused. I ran downstairs to pick up my phone. Called my mother. Mother works in Colorado, while I'm in Canada. She's a great mother. She has just graduated from college a few years ago. I remember she said, "Call me whenever you need me. Remember that." And I seemed to remember it. Once she picked up, there was static on the sound. "Ma'am, ma'am, are you there?" No response. "Mom, ma'am." No response, so I yell her name out 5 times. This time someone or something responded. "You have chosen the wrong choice." It was It was a dark demon voice. After that phrase, I heard my mother scream. I heard a chainsaw in the background. "No, this can't be," I whispered to myself. The call drops. Oh, but it is. I turned around. The demonic voice was recognizable. It was the same beast that had just murdered my mother during the call. What do you... The beast puts his fingers to my lips. "Shh. I will only kill you." I hear the chainsaw. Beast blindfolded me with a banana. Oh my god. "Sweet dreams, pretty face." I feel a chainsaw slowly cut through my neck. Pain grows fast. I scream for a half second and then close my eyes. "That's a good girl." Those were the last words I heard. I quickly died without suffering, but I still have a few questions. Who was that? No, what was that? But more importantly, why was that? I would never know. What was that? Oh, that was awful. Okay. I was kind of hoping for, like, ironically funny crappy pastas. Whatever. Let me queue up something else. In there. Nope. Okay, never mind. Let's get back to the whirl. Alrighty, get Chet back up. I'm so thoroughly confused. Can I off myself now? No, you gotta suffer. I'm so confused too. But I'm glad I did what I did with the demon's voice. It just made, like, the ending that much worse. Water. They're not in good shape, Felix said over the phone. Starting to think I'm going to be here longer than I want it to be. Alright. Wait, never mind. Sorry. Got Felix mixed up. They're not in good shape, Felix said over the phone. I'm starting to think I'm going to be here longer than I want to be. Well, shit, he misses you, Flex. Man on the other end line said. It was Eric Humphrey, Felix's best friend from Green Bay. Packers are starting the preseason in 2 weeks. Anyway, you'll be back for the first game? Felix sighed. Doubt it. I'll probably just have to watch the grainy video from here. Reception out here is shit. The reception out here is shit, Eric. Burroughs is from another time. Wish I was there with you, Eric. Eric said, or wish I was there with you, Eric said, and then laughed. Very funny, Felix said. Looked around the basement, which was only half finished. It was cooler down there than the rest of the house, but musty. Small box TVs sat on 2 old milk crates and were stacked on top of each other. The exposed light bulb hanging from the ceiling was starting to lose its brightness. The light on the walls of random cracks here and there. The bed was the only thing remotely comfortable about the room. I have to get out of here, man. Pudgy's still hiring full-time bartender, Eric said. Pudgy's, Felix laughed. Like the bar we frequent for games? Just a suggestion, man. You get killed tips. Especially on ladies' night. Drunk girls tossing money around when it has a bartender. You clean up. Felix comfortably shook his head. No, I'm not going for Moneybags position. No, I'm not going from a Moneybags position at a tech corp to passing drinks down a dirty bar to drunks who don't even know exactly how drunk they are. Eric sighed on the line. You're too picky, Flex. Lower your standards, pal. I'll find a job on my own, Eric. Thank you. An uncomfortable silence flooded the phone. I have to go. He hung up before Eric could even say goodbye. He slapped his phone down on the bed and stared up at the light bulb, which seemed to be dimming quickly. A quick flash inside and the bulb blew out. The room fell into darkness. He heard the bell from his mother's upstairs. Felix closed his eyes and took a deep breath. My life now, he thought. The bell rang again. Coming. Felix walked through the living room where the room was darker than he thought it would be, only being late afternoon. He noticed all the lights were out. He noticed the silence.
TV went out, Felix.
She groggily said from the chair. He walked to the TV and thought it was still plugged in. Power must be out. Lights downstairs too. Felix walked to the window where he saw dark clouds slowly crawling across the sky in the distance. Huh, weatherman was wrong.
What?
Grace asked. Weatherman on the radio. He said drought would continue. See dark clouds coming. Might rain, maybe even storm. Grace didn't respond. Felix turned around. Yes, as he walked closer, saw her face. She looked sick. She was pale as a ghost, and beads of sweat had formed over her forehead. Mom. He looked at her feet and saw blood had saturated through her bandages. Felix quickly grabbed the blanket off the back of the couch and wrapped it around her feet. Alright, he said, trying to remain calm. I think those cuts are infected. I'm going to call Dr. Helma, okay? He moved her head around, but she wasn't responding. Mom, he tried to get more frankly. Dad, he called out loudly. Francis emerged from the kitchen, seemingly disoriented. Everything okay? He slurred. Dad? Francis stumbled into the living room and collapsed on the coffee table, breaking it in half and crumbling to the floor. Dad! Felix sat his father up and tried to snap him back to consciousness. But it was no use. Francis passed out, and Felix gently laid him back on the floor. He rushed back to Grace, and she had also completely passed out. The blood was soaking through the blanket and pooling on the floor beneath her. Felix dialed 911 on his phone. When the paramedics arrived, they told Felix to wait outside. An old pickup truck pulled up to the front of the house, and a small-town Dr. Hummel climbed out, rushing to the porch. "What happened?" Hummel asked. "I think my mom has an infection. She started bleeding everywhere. Passed out. Something was wrong with my dad, too. He's passed out also." "Had he been hurt?" "No, wait. He did cut himself on a nail yesterday, but it wasn't very deep. Come to think of it, he seemed disoriented earlier today, too. Like he forgot where he was going or what he was doing." "Oh," Dr. Hummel mumbled. Looked into the house to see if the paramedics had assessed a couple. "Dr. Hummel, did you have another patient after us with the cuts on the feet, too?" That's confidential information," Dr. Hummel said. His look told Felix everything he needed to know. He put two and two together and found similar injuries odd. "What? Was it glass on a porch by chance?" Hummel looked right into Felix's eyes. It was a strange revelation. One of the paramedics emerged from the house with his hand on Felix's shoulder. He looked deeply bothered. "Are they okay?" Felix asked. "They didn't make it, Mr. Riddler," the paramedic said. Felix didn't understand. "What? They've passed on." Felix was overcome by a million thoughts. He started to tremble and dropped to his knees. "Both of them," he mouthed to himself. A distant rumble of thunder brought his attention back to the clouds in the distance. Paramedic looked up and saw dull flashes of lightning in the sky. "We need to get them out of here," Paramedic said. I can call you, or call the coroner for you," Hummel said, remaining sympathetic. Felix remained on his knees, unable to focus on his emotions on just one. The clouds inched closer to the burrows, making the sky darker and darker by the minute. 2 hours had passed since his parents were both pronounced dead, and Felix had remained in the house, gathering cleaning chemicals to get the blood out of the carpet. It seemed sick that he was responsible for this part of it. Burroughs wasn't a big city like Green Bay. They didn't have forensics resources. A soft beep echoed through the quiet house. Felix recognized it immediately. It was his phone losing battery power. He grabbed it off the counter and plugged it into a wall charge, but it didn't connect. The power was still out. It tore out of the wall and collapsed to the ground, scooting back against the wall and finally broke down. Felix cried and sulked. His stomach hurt from the crying and the pain unexpected events of the day. Parents were gone. What were the chances of both of them passing at the same time? Doesn't make sense, he thought. Rumble of thunder in the distance lightly shook the house. Dishes in the kitchen cabinet rattled. Felix looked out the window. It was becoming darker. He stood up and made his way to the front door. He opened it quickly, looking at the welcome mat where the glass had been, and looked across across his parents' land, back to the clouds' maliciously lurking sky. The dead cornfield swayed gently in the breeze, and the homemade wind chimes jingled on the porch. The old wooden windmill out in the field started to spin, then turn. Faces of the farmhouse and the blades, it faced the farmhouse, and the blades picked up in speed. A familiar sound crawled across the farm, and it hit Felix's senses with an unforgiving punch. He covered his nose and rushed back into the house. Closed the door and locked it. He became overwhelmed with a feeling of dread. Something bad was about to happen. Clouds outside were as black as night. The odor that filled the farm was nauseating. Felix could hear the wind chimes clashing back and forth and back and forth. And then a snap sent them crashing into the wooden planks of the porch. Emergency alert was sent to his phone, dancing across the floor with a sudden sporadic vibrations. Grabbed his phone from the ground and looked at the alert screen. This is an alert from the national. The screen glitched and went black before he could read the rest. A loud, earth-shaking clap of thunder sent Felix's heart through his chest. He jumped and frantically looked around. Rushed to the window and saw the entire sky had become black, overtaken by strange clouds. His heartbeat picked up. Felix could hear it in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. His jaw trembled and he became scared, frightened. He'd never been afraid of storms before. Why was this one any different? Felix dashed to the basement door and shuffled rapidly through the stairs and into the darkness below the house. He climbed into the bed and threw his blankets over his head, shivering in fear beneath. It was like what a child would do, not a grown man in the real world, but this didn't feel like the real world. Felix was overcome with a surreal sensation. He'd become dizzy. Vision was spinning, dipping in and out of blurriness. He closed his eyes and he closed his eyes and felt like he was falling. Help! He tried to call out, but not even he could hear his own voice. Screaming in a searing pain then sliced through his head, snapped a nerve, and everything went silent. Alrighty, another pause. Let's look at chat. So, very confused. Already got that. Damn, I was hoping I could off myself and make an actual good Halloween story so I could haunt every person that wrote these bad stories. Oh well. Yeah. It's all over now. No. Howdy, Cal. Nice to see ya. We're going to go to another crappy pasta as a palate cleanse. That one looks long. Let's go. Another one. That one. Burner. Hello, said James to Kyle at the school. Sup? Kyle responded. They both ran to the class and were anxious to get out of school. When school was over, Kyle tripped James, causing him to fall on a pile of rocks. One of the rocks went through his skull, causing James mental issues. James' family had no choice but to lock him into the mental hospital. He spent 6 years there until the mental hospital caught on fire and they got as many people out as they could. James was one of the unfortunate ones. He burnt in the hospital, causing his skin to go black and one eye to burn out. He rose from the ashes, seeing his body, and ran to the nearby house and found a silver mask. He put it on. Also, he stole jeans, t-shirt, and a jacket. The man who lived in there woke up seeing James. James spun around quickly charging the man. The man had a screwdriver and pinned down James. He drilled 4 nails to each side of James's head. Left, right, top, and bottom. James threw the man off and grabbed the screwdriver and the nails and he drilled nails and drilled the man down to a chair. He saw a lighter fluid and matches. He grabbed them also with a knife and cut a hole in the man's stomach. He put the bottle of lighter in the man's stomach and pumped some in. I love volcanoes, don't you? I love volcanoes, don't you? James put a match in his stomach and started vomiting blood. What the fuck? Okay, I'm just imagining James lighting a match, putting it to his stomach, and just vomiting now. Dear volcano now! James walked out the door, leaving the man to die. By the way, call me Burner. He grabbed an axe and walked out the door. Local news reports 7 houses have burnt down to the ashes, killing 16 people. Also, a man covered in his own blood and burnt from the insides was found in his house, nailed to a chair, and on the wall it said Burner written on ashes. If you see a man named Burner, contact the police. Okay. That was one wild ride. So how are we gonna break this one down? We got kid gets pushed and gets a rock lodged in his head. And he needs to go to a mental hospital because that's what you do when you get a rock in your head. And it burnt down. And a neighboring house, be in mind, this is a mental hospital and there shouldn't be any houses nearby. But not only does the neighbor have a convenient silver mask and all these clothes that would make him like a Jeff the Killer copycat, because you know those are a fucking constant thing. Fucking god, he named us. Your first option. How do you do you screw nails? Nails by any means don't have the slots like screws do. You screw a dude's head down to the floor. How the fuck do you do that with nails? How the fuck do you do that with screws either? And he just throws the dude and screws him into a chair. Presumably doesn't tie or bind him or anything. And he lights a match and puts it in his stomach and vomits blood over this dude, who's probably like really fucking confused at this point. And then just like goes, "Call me Burner." Just writes his name on the wall, Burner. Fuck. Okay, we're getting back into the whirl. It was an unbalanced shuffling that... Oh, let me get a drink real quick. That was just... What the fuck? It was an unbalanced shuffling noise across the floor that woke him. It bothered him because there was supposed to be no one in the house. Felix awoke, but didn't open his eyes yet. They were still heavy and he felt nauseous. It was hot, breathing in and out under the heavy blankets, what felt like hours. It smelled musty, like sweat. The shuffling noise seemed to pass by him, and as he continued to lay under the sheets in his bed, whatever it was slow moving, which stood out even more because the overwhelming silence that surrounded him. He didn't even hear the thunder anymore. He didn't hear a beep, though. Or he did hear a beep, though. From the phone upstairs. It hadn't completely died yet. Felix thought about his parents. Were they still dead, or was that just one terrible dream that he was finally waking up from? It all could have been passed off as a dream. His current life state, his parents' sudden passing, scary as hell storm that was coming out of nowhere. Whatever was shuffling across the floor bumped it into something, and it rattled. Maybe the TV or the milk crates. Felix knew he was awake now. So that noise was not a dream. It was real. Something was in the basement with him. He tried to lift an arm to pull the sheets back, but they were too heavy. But they too were heavy. Like bags of wet sand, he could barely move a muscle. They locked up on him. He then heard the door of the back room creak open, painfully slow. Someone came to check on him after the storm? An intruder? An animal? Hello? Felix tried to call out, but no words were vocalized. His body was shut down. He couldn't move or speak. It wasn't on his own. Something was keeping him from communicating. If there was someone there to help him, they were looking in the wrong place. There was nothing in that back room except junk his father collected over the years. Help! Felix tried to say again. Barely had the strength to even open his mouth. He began to feel tired again. The stress of the situation brought on strong fatigue. Vision blurred again. His mind began to spin. Felix passed out again. Felix, are you home? The man's voice called. In his dream state, Felix thought it was the voice of his father. Okay. Felix, are you home? The man's voice called out. Felix thought it was the voice of his father. But after it woke him up, he heard it again. Felix! And he knew it wasn't his father's voice. Felix sat up in his bed. The sheets fell off him. They were soaked with sweat, and he felt a clammy he felt clammy himself. He looked around the basement where sunlight was hazily coming through the small window, high on the wall. It was morning. The storm, or whatever it was over. The nauseous feeling he had felt all night was gone. And now he was just hungry. He looked across the basement and saw the back room door was wide open. He remembered the shuffling noise. Felix climbed out of bed and walked over to the back room. Peeking in, it was dark and quiet. He reached for a light switch just inside the door and flipped it. Nothing. Flipped it back and forth multiple times and the same results. The power was still out. "Felix, are you here?" He heard the man's voice again. This time, along with the door or floor cracking above him. He recognized the voice somehow. It's Dr. Hummel's. Oh man, I was doing the fucking wrong. Felix rushed upstairs and saw Dr. Hummel standing in the living room, next to the couch where his mother died a day earlier. Felix was still trying to shake off the confusion from the night. "What are you doing here?" Felix asked. Dr. Hummel stepped closer to Felix, looking him up and down with obvious concern. "You look terrible. Are you sick? Sit down, Felix." A friendly doctor helped Felix sit down on the couch, then started to visually examine him. "You look like hell, kid." "You look like hell, kid," he said. "A rough night, I guess. Let me get you some water." Dr. Hummel went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass from the cabinet. He filled it halfway with water from the tap and brought it back to Felix. Felix took a sip and didn't realize how dry his mouth was until the water touched it. It was refreshing, and even though it was a small amount, it was rejuvenating. "You okay?" Dr. Hummel asked again. Felix nodded. "I was worried about you yesterday." "I was worried about you yesterday," Dr. Hummel said. "I was out all over town and you weren't answering your cell phone. I wanted to make sure you were okay." Felix looked to the floor where his phone was. It was close enough that he was able to lean down and pick it up. He tapped the screen a few times and pressed the buttons on the side. It finally died. "What kind of storm was that last night?" Felix asked. "I think I passed out." "Not actually sure. I've never seen anything like it. Dark as hell, though. There was loud thunders, some strong winds, but that was it." "No rain?" Hummel chuckled. "We didn't get that lucky." Felix took another sip of water. Was there anyone here with you last night?" "Oh, why?" "The front door was wide open when I got here a bit ago. And I was sitting out on your welcome mat." Hummel pointed to a small table on the front door, or from the front door. A small glass bottle. Felix gawked at it and stood up and slowly approached it and picked it up. It was a milk bottle, a couple centuries old if you had to guess. There was a dried white substance around the interior of the mug, at the bottom of it. He put the bottle to his nose and sniffed, his senses immediately struck by a small foul stench, and viciously turned his head away from it. It was unmistakably sour milk, very reminiscent of the odor he smelled around the farm, only stronger because it contained quarters within the bottle. Disgusted, he put it back on the table and turned to the doctor. "It was just sitting there?" "Yes. My mom stepped on glass yesterday. She probably stepped on a bottle and shattered it. That's what cut her. Hummel finally caved. "There were multiple cases yesterday of people stepping on glass. They sound clumsy or oblivious, but there's no door-to-door milkman delivery these days. No one would expect that. Who's delivering old milk bottles to porches?" Dr. Hummel was just as stumped as Felix. "Have you checked on those other patients you saw when you saw them?" "No, I haven't been into the office yet." Felix was overcome again with worry and dread. It rushed over him like an ocean, Felix was overcome with worry and dread. It rushed over him like an ocean, and in the pit of his stomach, he felt those other patients needed to be checked on right away. "Let's go to your office." Hummel was confused. "Why?" "I want you to check on the other patients. Make sure they didn't get infection like my mom did." Hummel nodded Hummel nodded. Felix's concern started to bleed into his own mind. Now he needed to know as well. He stood up from the porch and pulled his keys from his pocket. Traffic was congested through. Excuse me. Traffic was congested throughout the boroughs. Street lights were out, and everyone was left to create their own order while driving through the town. Hummel drove his truck through the boroughs and parked along the side of the road, just outside the small corner office. Hummel and Felix hopped out of the truck and walked briskly to the front door of the office, which had been repurposed from a house at one point. The shutters on the windows of the porch were swinging by the door that made it more of a cozy experience. They walked through the front door, and a young female receptionist greeted the two men with a friendly smile. "Good evening, Dr. or good morning, Dr. Hamill," said, eyeing Felix next.
"Good morning, sir. Has anyone come in yet?"
Sarah shook her head. "No, the phones and computers are still down, and everything's down. It's kind of crazy," she laughed.
"Were there any messages from last night, before the power went out?"
"I don't know. If there was, I wouldn't be able to access them now."
"Who were the other two patients with the gashes on their feet?"
Sarah looked at Felix.
Remembered him now.
He brought his mother in for a similar injury. He had brought his mother in for a similar injury. Eh. Sarah sifted through a stack of files on her desk. He found one almost immediately, and found the second one near the bottom of the stack. He handed the files to Hummel. These were the other two, aside from Grace Ryder." Hummel read the names on the front of the file.
Gary Luther and Regina Cayley.
He looked at Felix and said, "Come on." With the two files in hand, Hummel walked out of the back office, with Felix following him like a puppy. And a wrong metaphor? A puppy would imply like an excited following. Whatever. Let's continue. Drove across town to Gary Luther's farm. He was a lone wheat farmer, who incidentally had a field which backed up the Ryder's farm. Dr. Hummel parked his truck next to the larger truck. The next two climbed out. The farm was quiet and there didn't seem to be any wind coming across the land. The windmill stood. The wind chimes on either side of the covered porch appeared frozen in time. A few chickens clucked from the hen house around side of Gary's home. Felix noticed horses grazing in a mostly dead wheat field. The front of the door of the house was open, so Dr. Hummel and Felix ascended to the porch and steps cautiously. Doorway, they were met with yet another disgusting odor. This was more decay and less sour. Hummel knew the odor immediately, and his professional experience told him what he would be walking in on.
"Stay here,"
the doctor said.
"But what is... Please, Felix, stay here."
Hummel was pleading, so Felix reluctantly obliged. Backed up. Watched as the doctor slowly crept into the house, carefully watching his footing, and disappeared around the corner. Felix stood back and glanced out amongst the land. The farm was set up similarly to his family's, but was by far larger. Wheat fields stretched way off into the horizon and became one with the sky. Gary Luther even had scarecrows perched every couple of acres or so, something that his parents never bothered to do. Mom never liked the looks of them. Too scary, he would say. They were too scary, she would say. Wasn't that the point? Dr. Hummel came back out of the inside of the house. He held a handkerchief over his nose. Felix knew what the damage was, but Dr. Hummel confirmed it.
"He's dead on the floor."
Felix poked his head in the door anyway and saw Dr. Luther, middle-aged, lifetime farmer, dead on the floor. Blood was pooled beneath his feet, and his body succumbed to rigor mortis. He lay on his back with his hands sticking up like bent claws. His eyes were closed, his mouth was closed, and flies buzzed around his corpse. Felix fled back to the porch. We need to call the police. We need to check on Regina Cayley, Dr. Hummel firmly stated. He wanted all the facts before the local law enforcement's be. Or the local law enforcement's be. Whatever. Drive to Regina's house was eerily quick. Out of Gary Luther's driveway, a sharp left turn and a quarter-mile south took them right into Cayley's household. It was at the edge of the small housing development known as Feather Falls. Mailbox with the flag still up and Cayley printed on the side told them they were in the right place. Dr. Hummel parked along the curb and right away saw a man standing in the front yard watering a potted plant in front of by the front steps. Felix and the doctor approached the man. He recognized Hummel. Dr. Hummel? The man asked, concerned by... Dr. Hummel? The man asked, concerned by seemingly random appearance. Hummel extended his hand and shook the man's hand. Timothy Cayley. Timothy Cayley, correct? Timothy nodded. How's your wife? She's resting, Timothy said. Sat the watering can down by the porch and curiously looked at Felix, and then the doctor again. You normally do unannounced follow-ups at your patients' homes? No, I just have specific concerns about Regina's health. Has she shown signs of infection or has bleeding started again? Timothy shook his head. Not that I'm aware of. She wanted to rest, you know. Take a little nap. So I came out here and started doing some yard work. Since the storm last night failed to give us any rain. May I see her, Timothy? Timothy grew uneasy. He was worried about the attention Dr. Hummel was putting on his wife. He was fine 10 minutes ago, Doc. If anything changes, I'll call you. Power's out all over town, Felix added. Timothy faced him next. Power's out all over town, Felix added. Timothy faced him next. And what business do you have seeing my wife? Felix didn't respond. Timothy turned to the doctor one last time. I'll call you if we need you. Dr. Hummel, I appreciate your concern. Have a good day. Mr. Cayley shot Felix an evil eye, then picked up his watering can again. He went about his yard work. Dr. Hummel climbed back into his truck with his passenger. What now? Felix asked. Hummel took a deep breath. I don't know. Something seems off, though. Something's wrong in here in the burrows. Felix looked out the window and watched Timothy watering the plants. The woman next door exited her house with her dog on a leash. Began to speed walk down the sidewalk. A flock of birds flew overhead, and they cleared the large Feather Falls sign. Felix noticed the dark clouds again creeping over the horizon. Look. Oh, look, said. Hummel leaned forward and looked out the passenger window. He saw the clouds too. They were pitch black, not like normal storm clouds. I have to go to the police department and inform them about Gary Luther, Hummel said. I'll drop you off back at your house first. Okay, Felix said. He said, stepped back in his seat. Hummel pulled away from the curb. Why would he? The police would want a statement from Felix. But yeah, we're at another break point. And we are on, let's see, 8, 9, 10, hour 3. Debating on we take a 15-minute break or not. We'll see how we feel after another crappy pasta. Not that one. Alright. The night of Halloween.
It was the night of Halloween. Sarah had just moved into a mansion with her family.
Wait. Not gonna do that voice the entire time. It was the night of Halloween. Sarah had just moved into a mansion with her family. She got this strange feeling, a feeling that began to worry her. ... She got a vision, a strange vision, a vision that was like she was possessed. She wasn't in pain or anything. ... She was worried because when she went to her room to unpack, She heard a screeching noise. Nobody was there. She went downstairs. Nobody was there. She was scared. Dot dot dot. It was 6 p.m. She got depressed for Halloween. Oh, she got dressed for Halloween. Breach! Gasped. She yelled.
Help, I'm haunted.
Went outside hoping to find someone. She found someone to know about her house. She just screamed. Dot dot dot. She screamed and screamed. Later that night, she had a dream that she was getting possessed by a demon or something. Oh, a dream that she was getting possessed by a demon or something. Whatever. The next day, it was November 1st. She passed out. She woke up 2 hours later and found herself in a dark room, and she had heard Psycho laughing. She dot dot dot. She yelled, but nobody could hear. The unknown person stabbed her in the stomach. Dot 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 dot. And she was never heard from again. Dot dot dot. God, these are awful. 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 Ugh. He got depressed for Halloween. God, what a mood. Say so. I'm sorry about that. Oh, that was bad. Oh. Oh, fuck me though. Alright, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Go rest my voice, drink some more water, and use the bathroom. We'll be back in 5 minutes this time. Alrighty, everyone. We are back for more readings. Now, I have a theory about the villain in the horror, and I'm going to play a preview of who I think it is. Now then.
The milkman, those little green cops, the military-industrial complex, the suits, the analyticals, man, those Bermuda Triangle sharks, all them haters, had a non-fooled. We're digging away at the plastics. We're dialing in through the optics. We're dialing in through the optics.
Yeah, that's not what I was looking for, but okay. I'm kinda halfway there.
A cow!
There we go.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Amazing joke. Yes, I know. I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. Alrighty. Let's get back into the story. Dr. Hummel dropped Felix off by his front porch, and then drove away. Felix watched as the rocks and dirts were kicked up by the bald trees on the old truck, bald tires on the old truck, leaving a dusty trail in the wake of as he disappeared around the corner or around the bend. Dark clouds approached quicker this time, bringing the expected sudden gusts of wind. The windmill swayed out in the field. The porch swing started to rock back and forth, metal hinges creaking loudly, desperate need of WD-40. Felix went inside and closed the door. Habit told him to flip the light switch on. The lights didn't come on. He remembered. Why is the power even out, he thought. There were no lights, no lightning last time. There was certainly a curious string of events taking place. Actually, there was lightning, though. But they were all so hard to make sense of. Hard to even believe. Blood stain on the carpet made it all feel real, though. His mother's blood. It had poured from the gashes on her feet. Gashes brought on by the shower glass of a centuries-old milk bottle randomly placed on her doorstep. They didn't have milkmen in the 1800s. That was 40s or 20s through 50s. We didn't have refrigeration that could sufficiently keep milk for that long. But I digress. Felix thought for a moment. Who would have access to those bottles? There's only one dairy farm in town. It was ran by Stitch Mason and his boys. If anyone would have access to vintage milk bottles, like the ones showing up around town, it'd be them for sure. Rumble of thunder shook the house. Felix looked out the window. The sky was pitch black again. Felix studied the clouds more closely this time. They were long and wispy. Thousands of wispy strands made up the darkness above. They moved in so fast, commanding with the thunder that boomed from above. But aside from the wind, they didn't do anything else. No lightning, no funnel clouds, no precipitation, nothing. That was the purpose of them. Or, what was the purpose of them, and where did they come from? Most certainly weren't a normal act of nature. Clouds encapsulated the entire sky, at least as far as Felix could see. Darkness outside heavily overshadowed the interior of the Ryder home. And then, just like that, the wind stopped. The porch swing stopped creaking. All the wind chimes fell silent. I'm surprised he had the time to fix wind chimes, but alright. Felix was left in the dark house with the overwhelming quiet. He could hear his heartbeat throbbing in his ears again. It was picking up as the seconds crawled by. He started to feel the fear and dread again. The feeling was becoming too familiar and made Felix uncomfortable. As the door built up inside, threatening to blow at any moment, That's when the silence was broken. From outside, a distant cry emerged, like a soft, extended howl from a wolf. But only it wasn't a wolf. It was distorted into an unnatural pitch. Tone. It was animal-like, but Felix couldn't comply or completely convince himself it was coming from an animal. Felix slowly approached the side window, looked out in the night sky or night-like darkness. Only subtle outlines could be seen. The edge of the barn, the slight reflection of the windmill blades from who knew where. As his eyes adjusted, he focused on the cornfield. It was as still as a painting. He could make out the outline of corn stalks, as well as the tractor sitting at the edge of the field. Then some of the stalks moved. They crinkled and crunched. It sounded like they were right next to him. He watched from the house as a small section of the stalks from the edge began to bend forward, out from the rest of the field. Strange noise was back. It expressed itself like a high-pitched wind, howling through something hollow. Ooh. The sound sent chills throughout Felix's body, making it feel like he was standing naked in below freezing temperatures. Nerves teetered on the edge, but he couldn't remove his eyes from the contorting corn stalks. The hool sound grew louder as the stalks continued to bend and crack, finally snap. Long, dark appendages began to emerge from behind the bending crops, slithering out like snakes or tentacles, and waving in slow motion. Felix shot back away from the window and put his back against the wall. The hool sounded off again, even louder this time, shattering his nerves completely. What the hell was that? Felix's thoughts were not a frantic versions of the same question. It wasn't normal, none of this was. He crouched down between the couch and the wall, tried to remain hidden in the shadows from whatever was creeping out of the cornfield. The hool seemed to fade out into silence again. Not even crickets were chirping. Felix remained hidden. Just because he couldn't hear anymore didn't mean it wasn't still out there. Minutes began to go by, slowly at first, and a little quicker. A cautious sense of relief fell over him. He was still too nervous to stand from his spot. There was a thud on the front porch, followed by a dragging sound, and then it stopped. Felix tightened back up again, trying to prepare for a sudden escape if the need were to arrive. Another thud hit the wooden floor of the porch outside, once again followed up by a dragging sound. Thud. Drag. Thud. Drag. Felix could tell it was moving across the porch. Something to the front door. He'd forgotten to lock it. Felix's muscles tensed. He thought briefly about sneaking over to lock it, but then stopped. Wasn't sure if it was worth the risk. Thud. Drag. It was now directly outside the front door. It wasn't moving, but he could hear the floorboards creaking beneath it, or beneath its weight, as it just stood there. Doesn't know I'm here, Felix thought, as his heart raced. The hool erupted again, startling Felix to his feet. It was louder and louder than before, or louder and bolder than before. It was much more menacing. Felix looked to his left and saw the door of the basement was open. He risked it and ran for the doorway. He clambered down the basement stairs and into the room. First thing he noticed was a confusing glow in the room. It was a dull yellow, but he couldn't see where it was even coming from. Everything was hazy, but he could see it well enough. The second thing he noticed was even more confusing. Standing by the foot of the twin bed was a boy. He wore a tattered cream-colored shirt, brown overalls pulled over it. His shoes were dirty and caked in mud. His hair was greasy, and it didn't appear well kept. Where is it, mister? The boy politely asked. Felix was in total shock. He didn't know he didn't know this boy, or have any idea who he was referring to, or what he was referring to. Where is it? The boy repeated. His voice was hollow, and didn't have any emotion behind it. Felix slowly shook his head, not believing his own eyes. How'd you get in here? Felix nervously asked, his voice trapped in trembling whisper. The boy smiled. It wasn't genuine. The boy smiled, but it wasn't genuine. His eyes appeared black.
Francis let me.
Felix turned and saw his father standing at the bottom of the wooden stairs, gripping something in his hands. He was completely pale and looked all wrong. This wasn't his father.
Don't tell it,
Francis whispered without moving his lips. Felix didn't understand. He snapped his head back to the boy, who was gone, and replaced by a hulking, smoking, distorted figure shrouded in black.
Tell it!
It angrily gurgled, in a deep, hellish tone. Felix forced himself back into the wall and dashed up the basement stairs as fast as he could, scared to death that the creeping horror was behind him. Or the creeping horror behind him was only inches from grabbing him by the ankles and pulling him back dark abyss. He shook uncontrollably as he burst into the living room and sloppily stumbled across the room to the front door. He threw the door open and rushed outside and was stopped by Dr. Hummel standing on the front porch, facing him like a statue. He looked fake, like a wax figure of himself. Dr. Hummel? Felix stuttered. Dr. Hummel then fell forward, crashing his face down on the porch, gushing a fountain of blood from a giant gaping hole in his back. The blood sprayed up like a geyser, doused the porch as well as Felix. He screamed as the dark clouds above seemed to rapidly dissipate, bringing daylight back to the burrows. Sudden change stopped him mid-scream. He looked down as Hummel continued to spill blood all over his porch. We are now on to part 2. Or water for me. Ooh, that was a quick turn. So, let's take a look at chat. Amazing joke. It's me. I'm the scary monster. I'm trick-or-treating at this loser's house. Ah. Alright. Let's do another crappy pasta. You wake up knowing where you are or what your name is. There is a sign saying, "Trust your intestine." Then an intestine drops down from the ceiling, and from an open vent you could fit through, so you climb through, which you will soon regret. Just when you think you escaped the fall through the air vent into a pile of what you think is goo, suddenly the goo transforms into a goo monster. You back in at a wall, and he gets closer and closer. Just as he opens enormous foul-smelling mouth, you hear deafening screech and cover both your ears. A naked, dog-like creature with wings flies into the room and attacks the blob and faces you and talks you and whispers in your ear saying, what you see when you die. We torture you, you rip parts out of you and eat your soul. The only way to escape is to trust your intestine. The creature rips your intestine out when you wake up safe and sound in your bedroom, but you still don't remember who you are. You hear what you think is wind, but gets heavier and heavier until you cover your ears and look at the table next to your bed and see an intestine with note saying, "Remember what I told you," and then you slowly fall asleep. Then next day you ask your neighbors what your name is and who you are. Name is Joshua. Your parents died in a car crash and you live alone and work in McDonald's from Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. You wonder how they know that much about you and go back inside your house. That night you dream the same dream when you remember who you were, and instead ripping your intestines out of creature brings and intestine and Rios it open, and there is no saying I am coming tomorrow, so beware. You continue day normally and think a dream is just a dream, nothing's going to happen. But at that moment, the doorbell rings. You go to the curtain closest to the door and open it. You see the creature, but it even more horrifying. He had red eyes, his flesh was ripped, and flesh was ripped of, and his wings were broken. Oh man, you can't break your wings. That's just rude. You ran up to your room and locked the door. Just then you remembered what the creature did. He broke the intestine, so with all your strength you ripped open the intestine, but there was words saying no way out. The creature knocked down the door and ripped at your intestine out and said, "Go to sleep." You woke up with a fright and relieved to it was all a dream, and then you had a pain in your stomach. You look down and find your stomach ripped open and your intestine gone. Then you collapse and die. News report. Boy of the name Joshua has died unexpectedly with no signs of damage. All his limbs are intact except his intestine was found on his neck saying, "Trust your intestine." Holy fuck. Oh. What the fuck did I just read? Why do you sound like CDI voices half the time? Because CDI is the one true form of entertainment. Actually, animation magic is the one true form of entertainment. What a story, Mark. If I hear intestine again, it'll be too soon. I don't know what the fuck was that story supposed to be about. What the fuck? What was the intestine? Was it his intestine? Was it just a wandering intestine that invades rooms? And it's like he sees the note on his nightstand with a rolled up intestine on it, and he just reads the note and says, "Okay, I'm just gonna go back to sleep." Like nothing's amiss with like human organs on his nightstand. What the ever-loving fuck is with these writers? Again, I was hoping for like the joke creepypastas. Like the Ghost Puncher. Fucking hell. Alright. With that done, let's go back to the whirl. 3.5 hours in, boys. Girls. 3.5 hours in. Alrighty. Get back to our spot. Part 2. Felix walked into town. He was covered from head to toe in blood, with the blood of Dr. Hamill. He was lost in the mess of horrific images in his head. The ones he had just witnessed at his family farm. He saw his father, he saw the boy, he saw Dr. Hummel. But what he didn't see was the thing crawling out from the cornfield. The unknown presence at the farm that terrified him. The howl that echoed through the darkness was appalling. It hit every nerve in his body. It was upsetting, uncomfortable, unnatural. As he walked through the town, a confused fog, that sound replayed over and over in his mind. It worried him, and he dreaded hearing about it again. Felix shuffled to the police department. In the center of town, he was in a small crowd of people standing outside. Seemed to be shouting at the building, trying to draw out the police. The scene didn't make sense, and Felix wandered into the rowdy crowd. Dark blood staining his clothes, hair, and smearing his glasses drew frightened looks immediately. Some people screamed, some backed away fearfully, but one man put his arm around Felix and helped him sit down to the curb. "Are you okay?" the man asked, genuinely concerned for Felix's well-being. The old man... "Are you okay?" The old man looked at him up and down, trying to find a wound. "Where are you hurt?" "I'm not," Felix said. "This is Dr. Hummel's blood." "Dr. Hummel?" he asked, putting up his guard. Felix looked the man in the eye. "I didn't do anything to him. He came to my house. He was killed." The man was trying to make sense of Felix's story. Felix then cocked his head at the old man. He recognized him from the ice cream stand. "You gave me the free scoop." The old man nodded and then looked up at the police station. He charged up to the front doors with authority, banging on them with the strength his old bones could muster. "Open your doors! There's a man hurt out here, and Dr. Hummel is dead." The old man continued to bang on the doors, loudly, until they finally opened. A young officer in a blue uniform stood out there with one hand on his holstered weapon. "What did you say?" the officer inquired, making sure he heard the muffled shouting correctly. The old man pointed down to Felix, sitting on the curb, covered in blood. "Jesus Christ!" The young officer yelled and rushed out to Felix's side. He helped him up and walked him into the police station. The old man winked and nodded to Felix as his doors closed again. The police confiscated Felix's clothing, took his fingerprints, and read him his rights. He sat in a small, uncomfortable interrogation room, handcuffed and wearing a tan jumpsuit. His hair had been washed and his glasses sat on the table, neatly folded in front of him. He watched the clock on the wall, but it failed to move. The batteries must have been dead or something. 12:01 was its permanent time now. Felix noticed the room was muggy. Either the air wasn't reaching the vents, or they didn't have it turned on. That would have been surprising, though, considering the extreme heat as of late in this area. Felix cracked his neck. Pops sounded loud in the small room. The door then opened and the detective walked in. He dressed the part, but opted not to have the jacket on. And he had his sleeves rolled up. His bright gold watch sparkled under the light above the table, as did the badge pinned to his belt. The detective removed the badge and sat on the table, looked at it, or Felix looked at it. Gold-plated, embedded in a torn brown leather casing. The detective cleared his throat and Felix looked up. He missed the part where the detective sat down. "I'm sorry," Felix asked, feeling like he'd possibly missed something else. "I said I'm Detective Chuck Barnes. I wanted to ask you a few things about the deceased." "Who?" "Dr. Hummel." "Oh, okay. You haven't read your rights, correct?" "Yes." Detective Barnes opened a small pad of paper, extracted a pen from his breast pocket. He clicked the pen and put the tip to paper. A small ink spot leaked up from the tip and soaked the paper. "You know Dr. Hummel personally or professionally?" "I took him to see my mom. Or I took my mom to see him. Cut her feet really badly when she stepped on glass. And your mother died shortly after seeing Dr. Hummel? Yes. Malpractice? Is that what you thought? Felix looked confused. I'm sorry, what? Do you think Dr. Hummel provided insufficient care to your mother, resulting in her death? Felix was stunned. He can't be serious, though. He thought, are you accusing me of killing Dr. Hummel? Detective Barnes smiled and shrugged. You were mad. You were angry. You had a motive. Dr. Hummel showed up at your doorstep, ripped into his back, and spilled blood everywhere. No, Felix said. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. I didn't do that. Where is it? Barnes grew more aggressive. Felix shook his head rapidly. Tell me! Barnes slammed his fist down on the table, flashing Felix's face. He instinctively closed his eyes and felt the warm liquid hit his forehead and cheek. The drip down, he opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Chest and table before him were all covered in blood. Felix looked up at Barnes. There was no one sitting in front of him. The hole erupted once again. Felix buried his head under his cuffed hands, screaming back at the ungodly sound, fearfully challenging it. The inhuman cry built to an ear-shattering screech, and Felix felt his ears pop. Felix opened his eyes and was met by a blinding light of the sun. Everything was white. Then started to come back into focus. He was sitting on his porch, propped up against the sliding door. He was still covered in blood. Dr. Hummel was still sprawled out, face first on the front porch. In front of him, the gushing blood from his back had stopped, but his body was well as the wooden plagues below it. He sat here, or his body, as well as the wooden plagues below it, were saturated in the dark, sticky red liquid. Flies buzzed around the body, and the stench of death filled all Felix's senses. He was sure the smell alone was what awoke him from the nightmare, or his vision. Wasn't sure what he had expected. Felt so real. Walking through the town, the interrogation, even Detective Barnes. Reality was starting to become hard to distinguish from the surreal events plaguing Burroughs. He felt tired, sluggish, listless. The events occurring were so confusing that he didn't even care to think deeply about them. His mind wished it all away, and pretended nothing was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, dark sparkling glimmer on the porch turned his head. A tiny shard of glass that he had failed to clean up. Milk bottles, Stitch Mason. He needed to get to the Mason's dairy farm. He needed to know about the milk bottles. He needed to know who was placing them in random doorsteps around the boroughs. More importantly, why. Ooh. Story's building up further. Getting more intense. That's another break. We need another crappy pasta. We're not doing that. We're not doing Charlie Killer. Alright. This one's called Alone. Have you ever had a dream that you were all alone? The emptiness you feel without anyone around is terrifying. You can't laugh or cry or hate or love because ... no one is there. The quiet scares you. You need to hear someone's voice. You begin wishing anything could happen, but there's nothing. You need that annoying person, the bully that hurts you, your parents that you thought you hated. The dream stays with you until you finally wake up, cloth tears running down your face. Running to your parents, you tell them that you love them and feel safe. The only reason your dream's scared is that this could happen to you in asterisk, long pause, and you know it. It's like a high schooler poem. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was bad. Alrighty. Back to the main feature. I guess this is the main feature now. Am I hearing RuneScape mining? No. This is, from the soundtrack of, Heidelberg's 1693. Which, spoiler, is not, you can't find fucking literally anywhere. So I've just got the game running in the background on the credits. Alrighty. So, where we left off, the Mason Dairy Farm was a 5-minute walk from his home. After Felix covered Dr. Hummel's body with a blanket from his living room couch, he hopped in his car once he got the engine running. Lights on the dash flickered, then the engine light, the hazards, the oil, the gas, and finally, they all stopped. Dash went black. Car died. Felix tried to turn the key again, but the darn thing wouldn't even turn over. Frustratingly, he removed the keys and slammed them into the passenger door. It was all starting to weigh on him. Deaths, the mysterious happenings, he needed answers. What should have been a 5-minute drive turned into a 15-minute walk to the dairy farm. After clearing the bend, he saw a broken mailbox with a missing flag. A tall, flimsy sign sat behind it with a picture of a cow. Cow painting was old and started to chip away. Mason's Dairy Farm was the only one of its kind within 15 miles. Stitch Mason inherited the job from his father, who inherited from his father the true family business. Stitch had 2 boys, Harrison and Gage. Harrison and Gage were both in their early teens and were in the line to take the business after Stitch would pass away. The history of the farm always drew attention from around the state. They had a steady line of cows over the years that never failed to produce anything less than quality milk. So much so that in recent years, Stitch Mason had opened up an online store where people from neighboring states could order it and have it shipped directly from their farm. Felix walked up the driveway in fresh clothes. He'd never create a panic if he arrived in clothes soaked in by Hummel's blood. That's what happened in the nightmare. Felix walked up the steps, and the first thing he noticed was the hanging potted plants that surrounded the house. It was common knowledge that Stitch Mason had quite a clean green thumb. We're all dead and dried up, shriveled. You know, that's where you put the clarification after everything was dead. But I digress. What were once beautiful, colorful treats for the eyes were now expired, brown, and rotten. This is where I'd say it was common knowledge that Stitch had quite the green thumb. The drought could have explained the plants, but so could neglected care. Felix also noticed the house unspooled, or the hose unspooled in the yard, partially embedded in the dry grass, like it had been there for a while. Felix knocked on the door, and it flung open immediately. 2 teenage boys stood there, just inside the darkened home, both holding shotguns, their sights on him. Felix threw up his arms and gasped. "Don't shoot, please! Who are you?" "Who are you?" one of them asked. "Felix Ryder. My parents on the farm just down the road." "Ryder?" Boys seemed to recognize the name and relaxed their weapons to their sides. "What do you want?" "Is your father home? I need to speak with him." "No," one of the boys said. Both of them appeared worried. Felix was quick to notice. He acted as if they had something to hide. "Where is he?" Neither boy answered. Felix then looked closely at both of the boys' skin. It was dry and it was pale and dry, peeled like a certain areas after a sunburn. "Where's your father, boys? Where's Stitch?" They 2 boys hesitated. Should have been the 2 boys. They 2 boys, I guess, had a sudden note to it. But the eldest, Harrison, finally spoke up, although softly. "He went out last night. Searched the farm. He hasn't come back yet. Search the farm. What for? Something was out there. What was it? Don't know. Didn't make sense. Something, it was creeping around by the cow barn. Walking. It was walking slowly, too. Gage added. Person? Harrison shook his head. Gage was visibly uncomfortable. It was moaning or howling or something, Harrison said. It wasn't right. Dad went out to look for it. I wanted to scare it away. Felix turned around and looked out amongst the vast pasture. Crops and barns the Mason properly made up. For so many places Stitch could have gone. Stay here, Felix said. Keep the door locked. I'll go look for him. He took the four-wheeler. There's another one in that barn, Harrison said, pointing to the old barn next to the garage. Thanks, Felix said. The boys closed the door, and Felix waited to hear the lock before he hopped from the porch and jogged to the barn. He pushed the barn door open and was met with dust falling from the rafters. A musty smell overwhelmed him. Not disgusting, just old, like a wet cardboard box. He walked through the hay that coated the ground and over to one of the four-wheelers left. There was an empty spot between them from where Stitch Mason had taken one. Too much detail there, but okay. The keys to both of them were already in the ignitions. He hopped on one and turned the key. Nothing. He tried again with the same results. The vehicle wasn't even trying to start. He climbed off and hopped to the other one. Nothing. Felix thought about his car not starting. Now these. What are the chances? He thought. He looked around the barn. He saw a dozen milk crates stacked up on top of each other along the far wall. He walked over to them and saw they were filled with empty milk bottles. The bottles in the crates were clear, but had noticeable blue tint to them. Bottles in the crates were clear, but had the noticeable blue tint in the glass. Bombs of them had carefully engraved Mason Dairy Farm logo. They're not the same, Felix quietly to himself, comparing them to the milk bottles appearing around town. These were nearer, sleek. They weren't dirty or with old corroded milk stains in the grooves. There was no sour odor. Bottles didn't come from this farm. Felix left the barn and started across the property on foot. He passed the many cow barns, hearing the animals moving inside. He walked along a somewhat smaller cornfield. Around the other side, the cornfield was another barn. He approached the barn and noticed it was in bad shape. Paint was actively peeling off at the outer walls, and the entire thing seemed to crack in the breeze. There was a dark green moss growing near the base of the barn. He seemed to be on every side of it. Felix circled the barn and called out, "Hello?" as he came to an opening in the backside. It wasn't a door, but a hole in the wall. The interior was dark, and he couldn't really make out anything inside. Noise from inside did pique his curiosity. The shuffling sound. Something was inside the barn, moving about. It was reminiscent of the noise in the basement. It crunched on the ground. It sounded clumsy, just like the basement creeper. "Ditch?" Felix called out again. He was met by a blast of an all too familiar foul odor that he had come to despise. It blew out from the opening of the barn wall. It created a feeling of nausea or nervousness in Felix. Heartbeat picked up, and anxiety took over, bringing him to his knees. Shivers took over his body, and he felt afraid. He didn't want to see what was stomping around inside the barn. He didn't want to know what it was anymore. The hole started low this time. It grew louder and louder until Felix's ears were ringing. He became dizzy and grabbed his head, screaming in pain. "Stop it!" Felix screamed. "Stop it!" The hole came to an abrupt stop, right on command, and everything went dead silent. Felix stopped screaming and slowly looked up. small puff of dust spun out from the hole in the wall, and two white eyes, vacant of their pupils, illuminated the darkness. "Tell it!" the unseen entity growled. Felix jumped to his feet and ran as the hole once again erupted like an explosion behind him. More aggressive and commanding than he had yet heard it. Felix didn't look back. He thought of what he would see scared him deeply. He just ran until the barn was no longer in sight. Alright, that's another part. I'll be right back real quick, and then we'll continue with another crappy pasta. Alright. Quick sippy of the water. Now then. Let's see what freak show we got this time. Oh boy. Fucking dumbass running away instead of ghost punching. That's right, you gotta punch them ghosts. Gotta put them in their place. Alrighty. This one's called He Is Still Here. I was babysitting my little cousin and I had to go home and put him in bed. I walked him to his room and said, "Don't turn the lights out." "Why?" I asked. "Because Grandpa Jack has not left yet," he answered, and I wondered who Grandpa Jack was. "Who is Grandpa Jack?" I asked, frightened. "You don't know him?" answered my cousin, who oddly enough name was Jack. "When I am older, I kill your baby," says Jack, "and you burn in a house that I light on fire." I walk out of the room and call his parents. Hello, I'm Kiara. Jack is saying some weird stuff. He says that Grandpa Jack is in his room, and he says when he is older, he is going to kill my baby. Or kill me and my baby. I said, "Alice, your great-grandfather's name was Jack, and he killed a woman and her baby, but your uncle and I never told Jack about him, and there is no papers in the house, or anywhere for that matter, about him. How could you possibly find out?" my aunt told me. "We are coming home. Don't go in Jack's room, and you're locked his door, right?" said my aunt. "No, why?" I asked nervously. "Go outside now," demands my aunt. I obeyed, and they drove up. They walk inside and tell me to stay out. I waited. I heard a scream. I rush inside to find my aunt and uncle dead on the floor. Jack stands there, bloody knife in hand, a smile painted on his face, and his parents' blood. "You are next." "You're next," said Jack. "Help." Grandpa Jack, what a story. I don't... Okay. Alrighty. That happened. We had that collective experience. That happened. We heard it. And now our lives are slightly more worse because we heard it. Alright. Where are we? Oh, we're getting close to the end. Felix stopped to catch his breath near a lone cow barn. This was not grouped with the others, close to the house. It looked like it hadn't been used in quite some time. There was an old wire fence, twisted and rusty, that encased the barn. Some of it had been flattened to the ground. And that's where Felix made his way in. Walked over the fence and up to the side of the dilapidated structure where a haphazardly built bench sprouted off from the wall. Carefully sat down on the bench and heard it crack almost immediately. As soon as he stood to his feet, the bench broke off its rusty hinges and crumbled to the ground. Felix looked around. Wasn't exactly sure where on the farm he was. Saw fields in every direction. A cold breeze then took him by surprise, and he fully expected what came next. Foul odor, just like clockwork. Feelings of dread and nervousness. Dizziness also tormented his brain. He knelt to the ground to try and fight the nausea that twisted his stomach. The Hool was next. Traveled with the breeze, canvassing the land. Looking for him, Felix knew it. He was what that thing was after. He just didn't know why. A sudden crash in the barn behind him startled Felix back to his feet. He spun around and stared at the barn as the Hool blew up against his back and engulfed him. It was coming from every direction now, panning from one ear and to the other, above and below. All the sounds that met in one place, the barn he stood before. Another crash made him jump. Something was in there. Something was luring him in. And as scared as he was, Felix just had to know what it was, what it looked like, and what it wanted. Put his fear aside and chose to confront the unknown. Silence took over again, leaving the creaking barn door as the center of everything. Felix pushed the door open and looked inside. He was cautious and didn't want to just waltz into certain death. He needed to do it carefully. He was dealing with the unknown after all. He peeked his head in. The odor was overwhelming. Sour milk mixed with something else. It was something else, that something else was familiar, yet hard to put a finger on. The buzzing of a swarm of flies slowly faded in, and he noticed them around something in the center of the barn. Felix crept through the door, took slow, careful placed steps, until the barn door was out of reach. He pushed forward and covered his nose with the collar of his shirt. The stench was rotten, and then he was finally able to identify it. It was death. Sunlight from outside acted as a spotlight. Coming through a splintered hole in the roof, bringing the focus solely on the 3 dead cows in the center of the barn. They had been ripped open and their eyes removed, were soaking like sponges in their own blood. Felix stumbled backwards and tripped over an old metal pail. He fell onto his back and sloshed around in the blood-soaked floor. The ground was wet. The air was rotten and cold. Vision darkened, and the hole inside the barn with it. It rushed over top of him, but he still couldn't see it. Could feel it touch him as it seemed to just float back and forth, releasing its horrible howl. "Stop it, please!" Felix screamed. As he closed his eyes, the screaming only enraged the Hool. And it swelled louder. Thunder cracked outside, and the barn shook violently. Felix scurried to his feet and ran out of the old shelter. Stopped only a couple yards out of the barn. He had hit a cold spot on the property. It chilled his bones. He stared straight ahead, witnessing the surreal image of his father once again standing before him. Francis Ryder was pale, his clothes were dirty, and he held a shovel in his hand, the spade of the shovel dipping into the soil beneath him. Francis spoke without moving a muscle on his face. "Don't tell it, Felix." His father's voice spoke somewhere else. Felix didn't respond. He refused to believe what his eyes were seeing. Francis lifted the shovel and stabbed it back into the earth, angrily. "Don't tell it!" Felix shook his head. Tears ran down his cheeks. "I won't," he assured his father, even though he didn't understand his mysterious concerns. In the blink of an eye, his father was gone. Felix found himself looking out at an old four-wheeler. Grass beneath it was dried and dead, maybe even burned. Weeds had grown up from underneath it and wrapped around the wheels and the sides of the idle vehicle. A man was slumped over the driver's seat. Felix immediately recognized the man by his stature and his splotchy facial hair. It was Stitch Mason. Felix rushed to the vehicle and shook the farmer. "Mr. Mason!" Stitch slumped forward. Felix saw his back had been torn open. Ribs had been forced backwards through his body, protruded out and around his spine. The blood and flesh hanging the exposed bones was dry and crawling with maggots. Felix backed away in shock. This couldn't be real, he thought. There was no possible way for the scene to look like this if Stitch Mason had only gone out last night. The four-wheeler looked aged and weathered. Stitch appeared to be long dead. Felix had quickly moved away, back to the farmhouse. The front door was wide open when he got back, and he stopped before he entered. He turned around and looked out across the land. Fear began to sink its menacing teeth back into his skin. He grew anxious. The pit in his stomach started to twist around the pit of his stomach started to twist around as the occurring events began to feel like a sickening new reality. Faint sound of thunder accompanied by the dark sky crawling over the horizon. It was coming. This time, Felix didn't have the energy to hide from it. Part of him wanted to close his eyes and forget it all. Maybe I'll just go away. But the other part of him needed to know what was happening in the burrows, and the people he knew that he cared about. Felix walked into the Mason house and was disturbed by the silence. Where Harrison and Gage once were guarded with their shotguns, there was now no one. No protection, no urgency to fend off the uncertain intruder. No longer did there appear to be a concern for the darkness outside to invade the home through the forbidding open door. "Harrison? Gage?" Felix called out as the house dimmed into a sea of shadows. Through the living room window, he watched the clouds rush through the sky like the surf of a beach. It was moving quicker than ever before. Something was happening. "Harrison?" Felix called out again, moving through the home, room by room. He entered the kitchen and finally found the boys. They were sitting on the floor, propped up against cabinets, and in some obvious distress. Or at least Gage was. Harrison was a different story. He didn't seem to be okay at all. His eyes were closed, and he sat completely motionless. Dried blood crusted on the sides of his face, having come from inside his ears. Felix rushed to them. He knelt down. "What happened?" Gage looked up to Felix slowly. He was white as a ghost, and his lips were raw. His eyes drooped, and his whole body trembled. "I don't know." Gage was barely able to mutter. Felix felt for a pulse around Harrison's neck, but couldn't find one. Then noticed the odd odor. First, he had subconsciously connected it to Harrison. Now he wasn't so sure. It was a damp odor, similar to mud. It was strong inside the home. Did you find our dad?" Gage struggled to ask. Felix looked back down at Gage and nodded. Gage closed his eyes, leaned his head back onto the cabinet. He knew his dad was dead. "What's happening?" "I don't know." The entire house slipped into darkness. Daunting clouds in the sky blanketed burrows once again, sealing it in an imminent and unimaginable horror. Thunder began to rumble from above. Slightly rattled the glass from inside the house. "I don't know what's happening," Felix repeated. He looked back to Gage and saw he was starting to slip away. He grabbed Gage by the shoulders and gently rocked him. "Wake up, Gage." Gage opened his eyes and looked at Felix. He was scared, but also seemed to be fatally succumbing to whatever had damaged him. He didn't have any kind of fight left in him. What happened to you? Felix asked. Gage struggled to swallow, and then opened his mouth to speak. It came back. What was it? Gage closed his eyes. Bloody tears dripped from them. I don't know, but it didn't go far. It's searching. Searching for what? Gage opened his eyes, a new look of confusion. I don't know. Felix thought back to the whole reason he came here to begin with, the milk bottles. Do you know anything about old milk bottles? Gage squinted. What? No one has been leaving old milk bottles around burrows. On front porches, people stepped on them, then died. People are dying everywhere. Gage shook his head. I don't know. Sounds like that old Milk Boy legend. What Milk Boy legend? Gage's body began to go limp. Felix was quick to help him sit up, straight again. What legend, Gage? It was just something my dad used to threaten us with. Do your chores or the Milk Boy will take you. It's the Milk Boy. Gage looked at Felix differently. He didn't understand the sudden interest in the old story, and never believed it to be anything other than a boogeyman tale. Gage, who is the Milk Boy? I don't remember the whole story. Dad hasn't mentioned it since we were little. Felix grew frustrated. He knelt closer to and plastered his face with a dead serious look. Remember, Felix ordered. Gage desperately searched his mind, but it was all too fuzzy. I don't know. The boy who claimed to have found 5 souls of the damned. Captured them somehow. Locked them up. I can't remember. What else? What else? There has to be more than that. Felix's persistence started to bother Gage. His mind began to race. Why was it so important? Gage thought back real hard when he was young, stubborn, and not do his chores around the farm. Thought back to the story of his dad, Stitch Mason, hear him, in the hopes that they would just be responsible and do them. Dan were stolen from the boy. Drove him mad. Gage continued. Was determined to get them back. He was a milk boy in his town. But one morning, each house he delivered milk to, go inside. Didn't find the souls. Killed the people who lived in there. He did this until the entire town was dead. Felix was focused. Where were the souls? He never found them. Felix backed away from Gage. Thunder began to roar outside. The wind shook the house like passing freight train. The house was dark. Violent lightning began to blast through the sky, flickering its blue hue throughout the kitchen. This was new. Felix looked to the light fixtures, swinging frantically. The ceiling. And then thought of his car, and the four-wheeler Stitch Mason was on. He looked around for his watch. It was frozen at 12:01. Eyes around town, the stale stench of decay, the overgrown weeds around Stitch's four-wheeler and front porch. Burroughs was dying. A strong wind blew across the dairy and pounded against the house. Windows in the kitchen rattled until they popped. Glass exploded into the room, scoured the floor. Felix covered his head and stood to his feet. He looked out the broken window and watched the wind as it began catastrophic damage to the farm. Lightning slithered through his black clouds like nightmarish worms. They burrowed back into the darkness. With one deafening crack of thunder, Felix dropped to the ground. His heart was going to burst from his chest. He looked over at Gage, now rested his head upon his brother's shoulder. The entire Mason family was gone. Drink. That's better. As the twisted, pulsating lightning flared up in the sky, Felix caught a glimpse of something that perched upon the roof of the Mason's farmhouse. A tall, ghostly figure, constructed of shadows and terror, stood in the most awkward manner, extending its arms out to its sides, further and longer than humanly possible. It grew taller, and wailed terribly under the strobing light of spectacle above. It was responsible for the howl that injected dread and fear into anyone who would hear it. It was also T-posing. The lightning abruptly dispersed, and the farm fell into darkness once again. Felix could no longer see the figure which roosted upon the house. He panicked and ran as fast as he could away from the farm, leaving frenzied howls and disembodied screams behind him. Felix had lost track of time, but it felt like it had taken forever to get back to his family's farm. Just as he hit the property line, a blinding flash of lightning and a booming crack of thunder dropped buckets of rain on burrows. Felix was soaked to the bone before he even hit the front porch. Ran, jumped up the steps, slipping on the slick surface as he fell hard, landing on his stomach and right beside the rotting corpse of Dr. Hummel. They were face to face. Eyes were open, his mouth agape. Out of shock, his ribcage had been pushed, casing his spine like it was trapped in a birdcage. The front of his body was fused to the porch, creating an unnerving, horribly surreal image. Dr. Hummel looked like a piece of sloppy artwork from an deranged and vile mind. Felix stumbled to his feet, realizing he'd twisted his ankle when he slipped. He looked to the front door and turned the knob. It fell off and crumbled to the porch. Confused, he banged on the door, only to have the wood weaken and chip away under his clenched fists. He backed away from the door as the rain pounded the ground harder and harder. The hole returned to raise the hairs on the back of his neck. He frantically looked around, dreading seeing the ghostly figure again. Desperate for salvation, he settled on the barn that sat yards away from the house. He hobbled down the porch steps again, looked quickly as he could through the now oversaturated yard. Large puddles were forming all around him. Lightning that tore apart the sky burned his eyes and severed every nerve in his body. Felix threw open the barn doors. Wild lightning crashed behind him, sprawling out a flickering shadow of himself across the dirt and scattered hay aside. He rushed in, leaving the loudness of the rain behind him. It was now more of a muffled volume, but he could hear it hitting the rooftop like a barrage of bullets. He closed the doors and felt the gust of cold brush up against him. He turned around to see yet again another blip of his father's image. He stood in the center of the barn, holding a shovel, and then echoed his "Don't tell it" phrase once again. Raspy, demented whisper. Francis disappeared just as quickly as Felix had laid his eyes on him, leaving Felix confused and afraid. Two emotions he'd become all too familiar with. He didn't know what his father was referring to. What was it? A warning? A cryptic message meant to help him? He looked down at the soft, disturbed soil beneath where the apparition of his father had just stood. Dirt had been dug up and piled on back. Father wielded a shovel in every brief appearance since his death. Before his death, Francis did have a shovel in the barn. His barn, or this barn. Felix had come out just days earlier to check on his father. Francis had been sitting on a bale of hay. He couldn't recall why he was there. The shovel was dirty. The sour stench blew through moments later. It stunk of death. Felix hurriedly limped over to the small patch of bothered dirt, kicked it around, and dropped to his knees. The thunder exploded outside. Once again, he furiously began to dig out the dirt with his bare hands. Clawed and scooped and tossed the excess dirt aside. Something hard, slick, grazed his fingertips. Francis had buried something. Felix picked up his pace, thrashing his arms wildly, sending dirt flying everywhere, every which way. Sickening aroma creeped back into the barn, along with the hazy mist that twirled about the haunting alley. A low, humming noise from behind Felix quickly accelerated into a dreaded whool, and now surrounded him. It grew louder and louder as Felix dug faster and faster. It became nightmarish howl in his ears, like thousands of damned souls screaming and screeching in pain all at once. It was resounding, but Felix bit his lip until it bled. Screamed back. He spun around and saw a ghostly figure again, cloaked by crawling shadows and filled with the bloody core. Felix closed his eyes, beckoning it to just go away. It was too late. Felix felt his breath completely vacate his body, leaving it hollow and dry. He opened his eyes and stared at the hole, looking into its pale, decrepit, featureless eyes. It screamed at him, forcing Felix's eyes closed again. He saw the flashes of lightning through the insides of his eyelids. The hole surged until it finally shattered. Everything went silent. Felix felt and heard his stomach rip open. A forceful gust cracked his rib cage, pushing it back, tearing out of the other side of his body. 20 hours later. Just outside the burrows. A slick chrome Camaro sped through the picturesque countries. Actually, let's hold off on this. This is going to be the finale. Let's get a crappy pasta. Alrighty. This one's called The Man in the Woods. I've always been fascinated in the Slender Man. My house is in the middle of the wood. I've always been fascinated in the Slender Man. My house is in the middle of the woods, so I had some spare time to do some research on him. My house has always been a bit creepy with unexplained noises, and I'm feeling like I'm being watched. Unexplained nausea and paranoia. Sometimes I swear I see something in the woods behind my house. The first few times it was just a hunter, and another time it was just a nutcase looking for Bigfoot. But this time it was different. Around 3 yesterday, when I should be sleeping. AM or PM? Just says 3 o'clock. But I couldn't. Just couldn't. I felt like I was in serious danger. I looked out the window and I saw something staring at me, at me. He was completely white, no face at all. But most upsetting thing was most upsetting thing of all was I sleep on the second floor. I immediately knew what it was. I ran to call the cops, but I knew they wouldn't put me in the madhouse. I got in the car and was about to drive away when I saw him standing there. I got out and ran, knowing it was for no reason, but still running. I woke up today with severe wounds. I had been in a coma for a week. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm looking at me right now. Why did he get out of the car? What? Alright, let's do another. That one story. My friend was over for the night, so we decided to tell stories. I told him a creepy hosta I knew, as in like fresh and new. Famous Jeff the Killer. But he told me he told me one he thought I didn't know it. It was about scary ghost monster guy. I'm pretty sure it was called Candlejack. That night I woke to my friend missing. He must have left very early. You know, Candlejack is an ancient 4chan meme. It was pretty good for its time. The thing is, you're supposed to disappear shortly after you say Candlejack. That was the joke. The story continued. It should have just stopped right after he said Candlejack. Instead of like saying that night I awoke to my friend missing. It would have made it a lot better. Anyways, let's read chat. George Fox, R.I.P. Harrison Ford. Lord Fox again. I am the milk boy. My milk is adequate. God damn it. Alrighty. Drowsiness is sinking in, boys. Go make dinner. We're almost done. Almost about to close out the night. Let's finish up the main feature. 20 hours later, just outside of Burroughs, slick chrome Camaro sped through the picturesque countryside of rural Wisconsin. Heavy rock music blared from the open windows. Behind the wheel was a 30-year-old Eric Humphrey. One hand on the wheel, the other hand swiping through the playlist on his phone. Smirked as he found the next song. He wanted to radiate through the countryside. Derek tapped the play button, and an incoming call displayed an image of a woman suggestively posing in a nightgown. He answered the call, and the music paused. Hey, Casey! Hey, babe, just checking in. His girlfriend's voice came through the car speakers. Stopped for a burger about 30 minutes ago. I'm about to cross into Burroughs here now. You get a hold of Felix? No, it's weird. I can't get anyone. His phone must be dead. Parents' landline must be disconnected or something. Casey laughed on the other side. Sounds like that town is disconnected. Eric nodded with a smile. Flex always tells me about how Mayberry is the place, or the place is. Flex always tells me how Mayberry the place is. But he's been my friend since we were kids. He needs me. A nice little surprise drop-in spruces up his attitude. I hope so. Make sure you tell him about my dad's offer. Will do. I can't see him saying no to the job. It's almost double what he was making at Tech Corp. Well, I hope he does take it. Thanks, babe. I'll call you later tonight. Or I'll call you tonight when I'm settled in. Perfect, Casey said. Love you. Love you. Eric ended the call, and the next song routed the car. He bit his lip and banged his head along with the crashing drums and started the song. Eric sped past a sign that said, Welcome to Burroughs, Wisconsin. America's small town. And left it to drift away in his rearview mirror. As the wind from the speeding car died down, Welcome to Burroughs sign began to chip and crack away along the edges, eventually crumbled to dust, following the rocky roadside beneath it. Eyewitness report, transcript, Burroughs, Wisconsin, discovery site. Witness Eric J. Humphrey.
Stretch up.
I'd spoken with my best friend, Felix Ryder, only a day or so earlier. We came here. We called him Flex back home in Green Bay. He was from Burroughs. He came back here after losing his job. He wasn't too happy about it. What 30-year-old wants to move back with their parents after living so successfully in their 20s? Last time I talked to him, he was telling me about his parents, how his parents weren't doing so good. I think he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave them like what they were, older and helpless. I asked if he'd be back in time for the Packers game, which would have been a week ago now, and said he didn't think he would. So as any good friend would do, I was able to get my girlfriend's dad to offer him a job. I drove out to the Burroughs and surprised him with a guaranteed job that he would have loved. I crossed the border to Burroughs. Everything immediately felt wrong. There was no one around. I mean, no one. It was the quietest place I'd ever stepped foot in. Cars were parked in odd places, like they had just stopped working and were abandoned. The grass and weeds around town were overgrown. There was a wet moss that seemed to be growing all over the building's homes. Farms all seemed dead, no animals, no people. It smelled like old wet grass. The sun had baked everything. It only intensified the odor. I was concerned for Felix and his parents, so I drove straight to the Ryder's farmhouse. I couldn't believe my eyes. I still shudder to think about it. Dead man on the porch. he was fused to it. The ribcage exploded out of his back. There was dried blood all over him and the porch. The front door had rotted out. It was infested with bugs. I looked inside. The home from the doorway. God-awful smell hit me. I gagged and ran away from the porch. I just stared at the house, breathing heavily, listening to the silence all around me. I looked over to the barn. The doors were open, so I rushed over to it, calling for Flex and his parents. I ran in, and that's when I saw him. He was on the ground, just like the man on the porch. Ribs had been pushed through his back, covered in blood. It was dry too. Like he'd been there for weeks. I heard a loud buzzing noise, and it took a minute for me to realize the entire barn was infested with flies. They were mostly focused on Felix's body, but they were definitely everywhere. I ran back to my car and called 911. 911. I had to dispatch units from Desmond. Next town over, I gave the statement to the police right away. They said I was unfit to give it at the time. I guess I was a little more than hysterical. It wasn't until I got back home, Green Bay, and started seeing stories about Burroughs on the news. The story went national, then worldwide within hours. Everyone obsessed with what happened there. No one has any idea what they're obsessed with. Burroughs practically went extinct, and very violently at that. I read online that everyone's cell phones were completely dead. The cars were dead. Clocks and watches too. Not one citizen in Burroughs was alive. Unless you can start putting the pieces of the puzzle together, whatever happened there may never be solved. I can always see this in the history books, decades from now, as one of the great unexplained mysteries of the world. There has to be an explanation to it. Everything has an explanation. Things like this don't just happen without reason, whether miraculous or natural. I will probably never get to the answers for thousands of questions I furiously racing around in my mind, bumping into one another with nowhere to go. They'll be trapped without release. That sits very uncomfortable with me. I'll miss my friend until the day I die. Maybe only then I will know what happened. Maybe in the next life, or whatever comes after this, he can tell me what's happened in the Burroughs. Or what was happening in the Burroughs. What he saw, what could possibly be done with it. It was an image I can't shake. I can see it every time I close my eyes. Bloodshot eyes wide open. Ribs standing upright, like a fence post from his body. Stiffness in which he clenched his fists in the last moments. The excavation teams and officials were called in and tried to fairly distribute possessions in Burroughs' residence to any close to them. I was the closest living person to Felix and his family, so they were nice enough to send me boxes of their things. Most of the items seemed random, but at least they tried to show sympathy. It's the least thing they could do, I guess, after the quarantining of town and kicking us out. Found an old photo in Felix's parents. I found an old photo album Felix's parents had under the bed. It contained pictures of me and him from high school days. They found an old scrapbook Felix had made in school, as well as his wrestling trophies and his sports card collection. They even sent me a sort of softball-sized marble that they said that he might have tried to bury in his last moments. They thought it might have been special to him, therefore it would be special to me. I don't even know what it was. There's things inside that rattle whenever I shake it. Casey says they're probably dead bugs or something inside, because ever since that thing came into the home here in Green Bay, there's been a really foul odor that pops up once in a while. It smells sour, almost sulfuric. Smells just like the barn did right farm. But if it was important to Felix, it's important to me. I think I'll hang on to it. I can always hide it away in a box. Or even buried in the yard. The odor got too bad. But hell, it's just an odor. It's not like it's hurting anyone. And that's it. That was the Hool. That night I woke up missing. Yeah, that would have been a better end to it too. Oh shoot. I'd say we can close things out here. Now read it again. Fuck no. One time and that's it. But yeah. I think it's time to close out Halloween night. And just enjoy it. So, thanks guys for coming. We run stream something every night, 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific. Tune in tomorrow. I think it's Pops. No, it's not Pops. Me being tired. Who was it? The tip of my tongue. It's... Oh. Holy fuck. That was a bad yawn. Fuck. Anyways, yeah, it is Pops. Right, is this Pops? Okay, cool. But yeah. Thanks guys for sticking it out with me. 4.5 hours. That's quite a bit. But yeah. Good night, everyone. Happy Halloween. Now get some sleep.